Welcome to yet another session of Viewer Levels. As we allow the first levels to come in and populate the queue, beginning with the submissions from Kimmy and the next GM, we're going to do a quick warm-up / technical test level just to make sure everything is going as planned and also to see something new. This is Beat Block Skyway, a puzzle-solving and music level based on Super Mario 3D World by the Korean maker RBC. And yeah, this was just privately recommended to me a little while ago, and it's about time we took a look at it, so let's go. So yeah, Kimmy, Next GM, and Melon Rind, welcome in. Really glad to see all of you come in here right away, so we can get your codes done as soon as possible. So looks like we eventually have to hit the key door, and there is going to be the beat block here. And a checkpoint right from the start, okay. Looks like we're going to drop into a music loading zone, which will of course just be based on being pushed by the mole. I see clown cars, I see bone shovel. Okay. So we're just gonna rock out to the track as it starts to play in a loop. And then, I see, okay, so it's actually using the 3D World music along with the same 3D World concept to signal how everything is going to be timed rhythmically. So let's get down here. And yeah, so Melon, I guess you've seen this one already. It's my first time taking a look at it. I jotted down the code when it came up a little while ago, and it's about time I took a look, so. And Glitch, welcome. Glad the bot takes your code even when it's in all caps. We do eventually want to go down there to grab the coin, but we won't do it just yet. And Animoka, welcome. Let's check up here. Now, the nice thing about these one-tile slots is that they're really quite forgiving. I mean, you do have to engage with the concept somewhat. Looks like this whole area is just going to be thwomped. Right? Yeah, it's going to be thwomped. We'll just have to get in there and do the old chase. Might as well take this along with me. Nice little 2D translation of the concept, given how important slides are to the original beat block concept. These side-by-side alternating slides you see in 3D World. So, I guess on a 2D plane, this is actually kind of a nice translation of that concept to just use conveyors. And yeah, Palex, this is a really great looping music setup that we've seen in this level so far. Just loaded in globally from the very start at the right side of the level. And yeah, it's just going to play along with the concept, so. Let's go back down, now that the swamp has opened up the path. Okay. I mean, not much to do about Lemmy over here, except just bounce on the balls and see what happens from there. I wonder if I should be at 2 coins at this point, or if I've missed something already. But yeah, let's just head down and see what this is going to be about. Mang, welcome. And yeah, Andy Mocha, hope you're enjoying your road trip. I guess if you are in America, that is a long weekend due to Memorial Day. And if you're not in America, well, good time for a road trip anyway, if you're able to do so. Okay, everything is pointing to this location, like there's going to be some kind of block here. Interesting that you have Lemmy balls that are falling immediately downward from some upper location. That's it's kind of a cute mechanic. Let's see what that's all about. Oh no, that's just Lemmy deciding to dunk us. Right, because of the way the ball is just colliding and being straightened down. Okay. Hey, watch this, watch this. You get the Mario sprite here, also playing ball with the alternating pattern. This is interesting. I kind of wondered if I just need to tap the Mecha Koopa and send it down there for some reason. No, don't know why I'd have to do it, but... Hey, come on, get back here. Probably just to park it out of the way and move it, I think. Palex, this level is by the Korean maker RBC. It's not from Popular. It might have been Popular. It has a lot of plays on it, but I just received this code privately, and so that's what I usually do at the very start of every viewer level stream, is I'll play at least one fairly short and easygoing level that's just been sitting around in my pile of codes for the longest time. Just to make sure everything is working. Especially if it is a music level, because the thing that usually dies first on my stream is audio. We can probably bump the Thwomp up. No, not really. It's not going to go anywhere. But yeah, you can see where all the note blocks are just kind of remaining loaded onto the track here. Interesting. Clown car. What's the clown car doing? It's not doing anything, actually. It's just reminding me that I am still missing one coin for the key, so I'm... probably shouldn't have ducked out that quickly. Let's just redo this. And yeah, Redbeard, it is a pretty good music track so far. And based, of course, on the 3D World Deep Block Skyway. So, kind of a nice mix of a music track and a level design concept that actually matches it perfectly, because, of course, that's what this music was originally built to accompany. And yeah, there is a lot of level in this, for sure. Definitely a bit of a variety show. Surprising amount of space for this, actually, given how music levels usually just kill your entity limit and don't leave you that much room to work with. But of course, just have these fairly narrow corridors all over the place that, in a way, kind of remind me of Maker 1, just because you're in this continuous space. Which, of course, is just there to keep the music loaded. It looks like I could potentially just kill the Thwomp with the POW if I don't actually need it, given that we've done this part already. Anyway, let's figure out that one coin I was missing. It's probably at the very end, for all I know. What's controlling the on-off? It is probably just some kind of shell or conveyor-based mechanism that is globally loaded off-screen, I would imagine. Like, everything was kind of side-loaded into this level from the very start when you scroll in and get pushed by the mole and cannon, so that includes the music and presumably also the beat block mechanism. And everything is just kept on global ground such that it remains active and undisturbed the whole time. Looks like taking the POW all the way here would actually release the Boos and Lemmies in a bit of an interesting fashion. I'm not going to do it, but let's just kind of keep it in mind for the sake of theory. Yeah, okay, I didn't go this way. Did I? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, because I talked about the Mario sprite. Okay. So what did I skip? Anyway. Whoops. Did I actually ever go down here? No, the claw is stealthed already. Got a bit sloppy about losing the Shelmet, but we've got another one coming right away. And yeah, okay, so we already went to the right side. Where was that 5th coin then? And Document, welcome. I mean, I welcomed you already, but Document, thank you for the submission, I should say. Alright, so I'm missing the 5th coin, and I don't actually see where it was, and we just hit timeout because I looped around the level twice. So, I think I'm probably missing something obvious. It may be under the Thwomp. I don't know what the Thwomp was for, it's very true, and it would be kind of strange to take the POW all the way over there. But let's just do this again and see. It would seem a little inconsistent for that to require the damage boost. I think that, you know, you play enough of a level to learn its various conventions, and you just start to make all kinds of assumptions about what it will or won't do. I think, you know, this is a fairly easygoing level. It's playing pretty fair with me when it comes to his ability, so just need to look around and see. Yeah, no, I did take care of that one before. And it's not something like a last coin or safety coin that's back in the main room, given that everything is just past the single checkpoint. There's no need for any kind of checkpoint crossing safety coin mechanism. And yeah, Document, very kind of you to be such a welcoming personality. Okay, down we go. Did I actually check this top right location here? I don't know if I did. Yes, I did, because I remember coming up here afterwards and looking at the conveyor belt. Anyway, let's head back down. Alex, because of the music, you want to play Mario Kart? I mean, what you should really have a craving for is 3D World. But Mario Kart will do just as well, given that it's a pretty good fit for most racing circumstances. Now let's head back on up. And yeah, I'm a little behind on chat, but welcome to everybody who did come in that I haven't acknowledged yet. Some new people as well as returning regulars. And let's just traverse this and see what I was missing. But yeah, it's very true that I don't actually know what was going on with that swamp at the end. Did I actually check this thoroughly? Yes, I did. Okay. Buffwild, you haven't played Mario Maker in so long. Yeah, it's a game that I think really rewards people who are in for the long haul. I think that generally I've been quite optimistic about just how many ideas are left. And, you know, you do see makers come and go. Some people burn out, some people will take breaks. But then some other makers late into the life of the game also really start to find themselves in. So it's been nice to have a mix of returning makers as well as people who are very recently or newly active. Like, I think sometimes people get a little too attached to, you know, the personalities, be it makers or streamers, that they became familiar with early, and sometimes lose track of how vibrant the scene can actually be over a long run. Okay, so coin there was under the 10 coin, okay. Was that actually the one I missed, the one under the 10 coin? It seems odd that it would be, because I thought I checked the claw. It's kind of true that this thwomp looks awfully suspicious. And so does... Dry Bones here, no. I am missing something. Maybe I should be carrying a POW over for Thwomp. Maybe I should be taking damage here. No, not that. The clown car is kind of in an interesting place, though, isn't it? And that it's not really even obstructing anything. It's just sitting there as an overlap. Oh, okay. And it's just an overlap. Good thing I didn't get hit by the thwomp there. And yeah, well spotted, Next GM. Did not occur to me to check that. That's the kind of thing I usually associate with, you know, spot to difference levels. Okay, this is going to be the introductory music from World 1 of Super Mario World. Sorry, 3D World on a world map. Very cute finish. And yeah, lots of music to spare in this layout. That's going to be a THX 1138. No, it's not quite random. I mean, it's kind of like you cleared a level and you pop back into the world map, right? So it's a very complete look at what to do with 3D World if you have the room to spare to have a second music track. Anyway, let's mark that. And I will actually post that code in the chat for anybody who wants to try it, and we'll get straight into the queue. So for some reason, the font on my warp bar display that you can see at the top of the screen changed without me changing anything. And I actually looked at my settings for Warp World just now, and I hadn't done anything, and it still apparently is configured to use my old font. So I think something just broke with their style sheet. It's alright. I mean, I like the typeface. It's not like it defaulted to something that was truly ugly, but I have no idea what's going on there. But all of you who submit today, you get to be treated to the sight of a serif font being used to display your level codes as your level gets played. Palex, yeah, let me know if you think that there is going to be anything off with the audio, like if there's something buggy with the pitch or whatever. If other people report it, I will do a quick reset on that, because sometimes that's the first sign that my audio setup is cracking. Yeah, I'll start punching in the first code here from Kimmy, and I'll also just catch up on the chat in the meantime and see if I missed anything exceptionally critical. And I missed a redemption, did I really? Ah, okay, you want to see Todd, yeah. We'll do that. Actually, hang on, I'll just retype the code. Yeah, thanks for alerting me to that. Sometimes I do miss these things. Also, for those of you who want to see even more Capitan Todd, I have been playing a little bit of Captain Toad Treasure Tracker on the stream on some of the weekdays and doing some of the endgame content. So if you want to drop by for something other than Mario Maker, we've been kind of alternating between Mario Maker and a character who's not so fond of jumping. Okay, if some of you are reporting that the pitch is a little bit off, I am just going to do a quick audio reset. I'll be right back. No, it's good that those of you with keen ears are picking up on this stuff, because that's not something I'm going to be hearing on my side, because my local audio is just going to behave quite normally. Yeah, usually when this happens, it means that my audio is in danger of just popping out entirely. So it's good to catch it soon. Burb11, we actually have played a number of McDonald's Wi-Fi themed levels. I've played multiple McDonald's levels over the past few weeks for some reason. And yeah, as far as the interstitial screens go, I basically, before I ever started streaming, I had this massive pile of screenshots from Super Mario Odyssey and no particular place to use them. And then when I started streaming, they just had a very natural place to go. So glad you enjoy that. So we're going to look at Ooh-Wee Outpost by Kimmy, and it's going to be a rework of a short shoe-hopping Goomba stomping level. So let's see how it goes. For once, it is not going to be a clear condition level, so it's something a bit different from what Kimmy has been sending me recently. About 30 seconds on the record. Sort of in 1 to 2% zone, so we'll see how it goes. Let me know if the audio sounds better now, by the way, and whether that has audibly improved. It looks like I am supposed to jump directly over so I can get into the shoe, and then probably pop out of the shoe to get into the blue platform. Yeah, just a little bit sooner. I did read that correctly in terms of wanting to bounce instead of sitting in the shoe or anything like that. It's very well signaled, actually. I'm It's unusual that you want to stomp off of the Goomba in the shoe and just kind of keep going right away without actually claiming the shoe, but the level is set up in such a way that it's very immediately understandable, just given where the safety zones and the coins are going to be. The fall into the claw is quite nice too. Yeah, kind of got dunked there. I mean, I guess technically there is that track that's giving you a bit of a warning about it, but it seems like you're not supposed to go down there to begin with, if I'm correct. So, we'll get back in there and see how it goes. Yeah, glad the audio is working a bit better. So yeah, the track is a bit of a danger zone. Audio is gone again, okay. Are you sure? Because it seems like from everything I'm seeing on my display here... Oh, seriously, because my display is actually telling me that audio is going fine, so let me do it again. It's just going to be one of those days, I think. My display is lying to me. Yeah, sorry about all the technical issues so early. We had a couple of weeks where I had completely avoided this stuff, and then now it's just back. I've been trying to troubleshoot this thing for ages, and it's basically an issue with my CPU temperature on my streaming computer. That's as far as I've been able to track it down. Is the audio a little cleaner now? Let's play the level and then you can tell me. Let me know how it is, in case there is some continued crackling. Clean now? Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for alerting me to all that. And yeah, down here. I see, so we just need to dodge that track completely. And then over to the spring, and then over to the left. And yeah, momentarily saying it is a thing with OBS. And moreover, a thing with the interface between, like the software interface between my capture card and OBS. Like that's where the glitch is. I've been hunting down this particular bug for ages, but there doesn't seem to be a good fix other than just cranking up all the fans on my machine and hoping that the throttling issue doesn't happen. It is a massive nuisance. I take that shell because I want to take it with me past the Goomba and then throw it at the throw indicator on the right. Okay. I just hesitated a bit in reading that. Yeah, if I ever, next GM, write a giant novelistic adaptation of my struggles with the audio bug, which for some reason will have a lengthy segment about the hunting of whales, I will let you know. Keep that in mind for a long-term project. But, okay, here we go. The CPU issue you're saying might be resolved from switching from using hardware or software. If you're talking about what I'm using for the video encoding, yeah, we'll see. Well, I'll have to debug that at some point, but like I said, it is something that I've been trying to actively work to solve. Whoops. What do I keep resetting when I fix my audio? I actually just suspend my switch and turn it back on. That seems to be the best way to clean it up, in fact. And because then you just get a clean signal through, well, everything that's passing on signals. Okay, let's actually focus on the level again and get back to how well I was doing earlier. And yeah, momentarily sane, I will look into that. I think I had considered some options there as well, but let's grab the shell, head over here. Nice, like how that's timed. Yeah, very clean when you just do everything as a full jump here. Anyway, thank you for that, Kimmy. It's really been nice to see a lot of these compact concepts that, you know, just have one zone, have everything down in the bottom half of the layout, and just have a very clean series of jumps that follow the same concept. I think I found everything that you've turned out recently to just be very readable. So I don't know how it was originally before you did the rework, but I can see that it's been a well-rewarded level already. So thank you for subscription, by the way. Looking forward to seeing you cash in on that with more queuing. Speaking of which, I am going to check to see if we have anybody in sub next. If not... Ah, yeah, Glitch is here. So let's pull up Glitch. And thank you once again for the GGs. Okay, Glitch, we'll try to get to the checkpoint and the boss room as soon as I can. Yesterday, I really just spent way too long learning the first part of the level because I kept dying to the same POW block over and over and over, despite knowing it's coming. This time we know it's coming, and we'll see how many attempts we lose to it. Congratulations, Red Nye, by the way, on the world record. And Kimmy, yeah, I absolutely love the emote. I'm very happy with it. It's designed by Lecter, who is a maker that we've featured here in the past, and is also the videographer behind all the trailers that you saw last year for 4YMM. So, just a really talented graphic artist and level designer. I was very happy to have him contribute to the design identity of my broadcast. Nope, too late. Every single time. Okay. Ah, you're telling me that Red Knight has played a lot of versions of this, I see. Yeah. Yeah, Red Knight usually drops in here a little bit later. Like, there's a particular time that he tends to show up. I've been enjoying his levels quite a lot recently as well. Also, Glitch. Last stream, a little while after you left, we saw a 3D World level that had a really interesting pom-pom fight that's... I kind of made a mental note to tell you about it afterwards, because I think, given how many one-room 3D World bosses you've done, it's something you might want to take a look at. I'll have to get in touch with you afterwards and send you the code, because it's one you should definitely know. And yeah, I'll send that to you afterwards. Anyway, let's keep going here. So yeah, the reaction time on that POW block was the thing that killed me over and over yesterday. I just need to charge up the shot and just do everything really early, like right as it's appearing on screen. Okay, this time around I'll actually pay attention to the pipe on the top left. Because yesterday, you know, you were telling me, why aren't you shooting into the pipe? Why aren't you shooting into the pipe? And I kept thinking that you meant the second pipe here. Whoops. Kind of overcorrected, expecting the fire to come out of the pipe at the very end. Bit Shifter, thank you for sending along the Starship Randomizers. I've seen bits and pieces of that on some other streams over the past week, and I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on that myself. It's one of those things where a pitch shifter level is one that I can identify pretty much immediately from seeing it in the thumbnail preview of other people's streams. Like by now I've kind of gotten a sense of how they look. Where I'll just be scrolling the category on Twitch and I'll just see, oh, somebody's playing a pitch shifter level. Be brave at that part. In terms of trying to just outrun the fire, I guess that's perhaps what you're recommending. Yeah, because that definitely caught me by surprise the last time, and of course I haven't actually made it past that yet without taking damage. But let's keep our head together for the bit with the POW. Oh, nope. The hitboxes on the Cheep Cheeps are quite something, because sometimes it'll feel like I'm completely overlapping with them myself, and I don't take a hit. Sometimes I'll shoot them directly in the tail, and they'll just shrug it off with their little parachutes. So yeah, the Cheep Cheep hitboxes, let's not depend on them to get the job done. Whoops. I mean, I do feel like I consistently need to shoot the bottom one. The other ones I can ignore, but I think it's safest to get rid of the bottom one. At least with the pattern I'm using here. Okay. Now let's just ride this out. And down we go. Nope, too late every time. I know it's coming. I've had plenty of practice at this point, but like basically by the time you see it scroll onto the screen, like the stack of POWs over on the right, it is already too late. So and short of slowing down the thwomp somehow, it's hard to tell how that could be made any more generous, simply because, you know, the camera is going to be in a certain position, just given the fact that you only have this little safe zone here. Like, you don't have that much flexibility with camera as the player, since you're not given much space to run around. And so you're only going to have that much distance available before POW comes into play. So, brave. Okay. There we go. Okay, boss time. I didn't actually read that text, but we'll see it next time if I lose initially. I think the idea is that, yes, I do need to, first of all, not get stun locked. Secondly, I want to shoot the bombs such that I don't lose my platform. Yeah, because while it may be possible to just stay on top of the beat blocks indefinitely, you know, if you jump from one to the other with good timing, we should not rely on that. Whoops. Looks like there is a hard block that is directly above the fire sledge bro, the fat fire bro, I guess. No, I don't want to hit that, obviously. I want to shoot the bombs specifically so I don't hit that. And that is a pretty interesting fail condition, actually. You know what I like about this fail condition is that it is, in fact, immediately understandable. But it's using an interaction with the bomb that not a lot of people will necessarily have seen all that often. Because there aren't that many circumstances where you're using that means to prevent a bomb from blowing up. I really haven't seen a lot of levels that kind of use that as fail condition. So I'm looking at the icicles here, and it looks like a survival timer for sure, given that you have, first of all, no opportunity to safely shoot the guy on the top right. Secondly, yeah, the only interaction here is shooting the bomb, and the hard block above him indicates that something is timed to, you know, drop a muncher on him or something. Okay, so let's just not get stun locked. We do need to basically watch two things at once. We need to watch the timer on the right side, the bomb rather, as well as whether the stun lock is coming. If we stay reasonably centered, we don't need to use the beat blocks. The beat blocks are going to be mostly there for the purpose of giving me somewhere to dodge, as well as perhaps a fallback if the bomb actually does go off. Except I don't know what my... Oh, no, you can't do that, because you do need the red block to be active in order to exit with the key door, so... You will always need the switch to be on. The failure of this boss fight is if he gets stuck in a clear pipe. Oh, you mean like if he's moving forward or backwards in such a way that actually pops him out? Or... Whoops. Yeah, once again, I'm staying really low on the ground so I can shoot the bomb, but I clearly need some higher jumps in between so I can stay in the air and dodge the stun lock as much as possible, so... Okay. Yeah, I just need to watch the... Oh, yeah. There he goes in the pipe. Whoops. At least he's not popping all the way out, though. Nope. I was holding off that shot because I thought that I wouldn't be able to land in time to get a high jump to dodge the stun lock, but clearly waited for the bomb a little bit too long. So. If he gets stuck in a top pipe and gets unable to leave, that's sort of interesting. Is he unable to leave because there is a certain timing where the cloud is... The cloud shouldn't be an obstruction. I don't see what would be trapping him there unless you have the bomb timer going off in such a way that you drop an object that obstructs him. Above Wild, do I like hard levels or more standard Mario levels? I like good levels. I'm rarely going to turn down a specific level type. I'm not so fond of, you know, the sort of dodge to hitbox precision stuff. That's hard, that is in a way that doesn't really give me much to look at in terms of design. But the difficulty is never really the thing that's going to be a deal breaker or fun maker. I mean, beating the level is, I think, less important to me on this stream than seeing something interesting and showing off interesting concepts to other makers who are watching. And, oh, there we go, gotta watch this unlock. It looks like he can't leave the pipe if there's no ground to land on. That's interesting. That's not what I would have expected at all. Missing the jump once again. I know I have to jump on that cycle, and I still don't quite have it. Yeah, because I guess the thing about all of the hammer-type enemies is that their movement pattern does have a random element to it. Jump too early. Jump too short, in fact. Yeah, when that kind of thing comes up with fights like this, I really don't mind there being something like a reset door. Even a reset door that would give you another cannon box, perhaps. I mean, I don't think that's actually too much of a nerf. It sounds like a massive nerf, but in general, like, I know that with, whoops, all of the gunhead concepts that we've seen here at Glitch, that there's this sort of implicit condition to, whoops, always survive with the cannon box because you just cannot progress without it. But I find that in a lot of circumstances, you know, the task itself is hard enough and interesting enough that it's okay to have a second chance that allows you to reset with the cannon box and get a new one. And so if there's a pretext for resetting a fight anyway to avoid a situation where it's unbeatable, it's not really the worst idea in the world. Yeah, whoops. Okay, let's be a little bit more patient with the bomb and let it pop out of the pipe properly first. Yeah, it looks like Momentarily Sane is also part of the cat gang. Whoops. That time I just missed a shot. Okay. Like I said, in general, I need to stay in the air a bit more between bombs. Just... Okay, yeah, nice high jump. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. And yet, the timing of the stun lock is such that I will pretty much never be able to survive it. Like, a fireball is almost always going to be alive, unless I'm standing on a beat block or something. Whoops. Well, the thing about a stun lock, I mean, I've seen a lot of stun lock fights, and I think it's that to shoot the bomb, you're always doing a short hop. But to dodge the stun lock, you almost certainly need a nice high jump, and so... like, the bomb interaction kind of fools you into making short jumps all the time. And that's the thing that makes the stun lock feel kind of unusually difficult, even though it's not really that different from the many other stun lock fights that we've seen. I mean, I think in general, a lot of stun lock fights don't give the enemy enough room to actually do their hopping animation, like if they only have one tile of vertical space. And that's an issue I've had with a lot of stun lock based fights in the past, that you don't have that much reaction time. But this one, it's partly just reading the thing. Like, you do have enough time to read the animation and respond to it, it's just that you might be out of position sometimes if you're in the middle of doing a short hop to fire at the bomb. And as you can see, it ended up being fairly manageable, so... we even got it in a reasonable amount of time, so thank you, Glitch, for that. But yeah, no, it's a fun fight for sure. And it meshes well with the level leading up to it. I mean, the biggest problem with this level, I think, is that POW block. And I don't know what to suggest with it in terms of the risk of the POW killing the Thwomp, because given the spacing there and your position on the camera, if the Thwomp is going to be that far ahead, it's hard to actually create any more room for the POW to be visible on screen. So. And King Brock, the links are hydrating. Yeah, I mean, very few Zelda games give you that many bottles to work with. I think they typically stop at 4. Anyway, good reminder for us to take another sip of our Lon Lon milk. And then we'll take a look at... oh, you've got to dip early again. Yeah. Sorry about that, Melon Run. We'll hopefully get to you one of these days. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at one from Next GM. It's going to be one SH77 WNF. GM90 Double Trouble. Larry cast a spell on Mario, and now he's seeing double. Take him down. Yeah, I can see that you've got double of everything in the introductory screen. Let's take a look. And yeah, Glitch, you think you've got an idea for the POW section? Yeah, I might as well ride it out through the contest first and see how it goes if you're already kind of locked into it. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, you could kind of imagine with that mechanism that there are ways to have the thwomp not be so far forward, but... everything else about the level was feeling pretty great, though, so... Okay, so everything's just going to be in stacks of 2. Like we're all getting ready for, I don't know, new Supernova's arc or something. Alright. Naturally, I am curious about whether there's anything on top of the mushroom platforms. It looks like they are just decorative, though. Might as well go through. Probably should have checked the pipe. Nope. Let's not do it that way. Thought it'd be fancy. I actually should have gotten on top of the pipe quickly to do an up throw if I wanted to. Really nuke the piranha. But yeah, I try stuff. That's just how it goes. Let's check these pipes too, actually. I mean, I guess Next GM, despite playing a lot of your levels by now, I sometimes get a sense of what makers do in terms of secret placement, especially if they are traditional makers who take a lot of cues from what Nintendo does. But so far, I'm not quite at the point where I can just kind of predict secrets in this set here, so... Okay, here we go. Okay, fancy, but dangerous. Here's a checkpoint. We got 2 pipes, but only one of them usable, so 2 windows in that thing as well. And you usually use all 10 screens in the main world for the platforming, yeah. I mean, sometimes, depending on how much vertical space you're using, that's one way that people will tuck some secret rooms, but obviously you'll be a little bit restricted in terms of what you can do for scroll stopping. But yeah, I mean, if the main priority here is just to have a lot of platforming play space, might as well leave it as such. So this convention here that I'm increasingly seeing from a lot of people of having the P blocks flag the Podoboo locations, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I definitely see levels where I'm grateful for it, but at the same time, those are usually levels that have a kind of speed element to them. Like, I find that the way that they were traditionally placed by Nintendo themselves, like, they're not really that much more blind than, say, piranha plants spawning out of pipes. Like, you actually do have some time to read them as you scroll in. So I don't know, it's one of those things that I'm just sort of increasingly seeing as a maker-specific convention, and I can see why people do it, but it is one thing that kind of takes away from the traditional feel a little bit. There are definitely levels where that's going to be useful, of course. So it's not like I have some kind of rule against it or something, it's just that they do tend to stick out to me a little bit. I mean, if you're kind of a speed player, yeah, you want to know that kind of stuff in advance, but... Here we go. It looks like I kind of lost a lot of momentum here, so let's... back. Sometimes I do check on top of the thwomps, but here they are low enough that I can see the ceiling. And we'll double up on flowers and head through the double doors and... Whoops. You know what this level could really have benefited from when it comes to the Maker engine itself is some implementation of the double cherry item from Super Mario 3D World. And yeah, Later Glitch, thank you for submitting that level again today. Glad we could close it out fairly quickly. Hell, it would be pretty interesting if a level like this actually did have a twice-twice in the trollish sense. Whoops. Yeah, one will do, unless we need 2 keys. I mean, this would just go back to the other room. I was kind of wondering if you would, in fact, have 2 key doors. You know, just as a little bit of a trick. Given that they clearly both hold a key. Right? I mean, you're not going to set that up and just have one of them be the one that gives you the key. Particularly because you do have 2 key doors here, so even if they do lead to the same place. Anyway, thank you for that. So let's mark that as a win. And check to see if we have any subs in. Well, you see, Mail64, you would think that co-op would kind of throw a wrench in the concept of double cherries, but then you look at 3D World, and, you know, 3D World was specifically just designed for co-op, and it just went with it anyway. Although, of course, the way 3D World uses the double cherry, that's one of the mechanisms it uses for making levels adaptable between single player and co-op. Momentarily saying, we're going to punch you in. It's going to be K2X YJY MXG. Okay, Thwomp Castle 2.0. So yeah, we saw most of the first version yesterday. We couldn't quite close it out because, you know, we just broke the final section like crazy. But that's what testing is for, so let's take a look at the latest version. Ah yeah, okay. Here's the P-switch. Let's just dash through it. Okay. Not sure what the down arrow is doing here on top of that guy. Yeah, interesting. Because this seemed like it was added. Also interesting that it is, I think, possible to get up top, but we won't fool around with that too much. And whoops. Sorry, that was a distracted by chat death for sure. Reading what Paxman was saying about the double cherry. I mean, I think there are probably a lot of implementation reasons why they didn't do it. Let's just wait out the next cycle. Captain Redbeard, sorry, I missed your escape room question. I actually missed a bunch of stuff in chat that I didn't check. I should go back and see that. I'll do that before the next reset on this level, just to make sure I caught what you said. Okay. I knew from previous experience not to make specifically that mistake. Just give me 1 second. I just want to check messages quickly. Captain Redbeard, would I be interested in trying a new relatively short escape room? Yeah, go ahead. It might be a bit far back in the queue at this point, but I'd be happy to see it. Of course, I know that you'd previously described, I think, your... The desert escape room that had the Bob Marley musical clue, I think you described that as a short one as well, and I remember taking some time with it. That's okay, just a matter of managing our expectations. Always happy to see those. Especially because they involve so many verbal clues, and that always tends to be a bit fun, given the other stuff we tend to cover thematically on this stream. Yeah. At some point, I do want to do some kind of co-op level showcase, because there are some good co-op specific makers in this game that don't really get shown off very much. And whoops, that could have gone disastrously if I wasn't careful. No, that's okay. This guy will just get the second activation after this. Nope, wanted to jump around to the right, and that was not quite there. But yeah, I've definitely had some co-op specialist makers come by before and just send me the single-player routes of their levels. It would be nice to see them properly sometime to get a sense of what they've really been working so hard to create and test. Yeah, I'm just going to let that guy hit twice. I think that's much safer. Oops. There we go. Should have ended up on top of that block, actually, but that guy's going to die, and so that will be fine. There we go. Okay. Okay, back up we go. And this here, yeah, that was just a one-up section that shows you the bump activation up top. We don't really need that. Just a little bonus that we had already seen. Okay, this section here will try to outrun as we did before. And there we are. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, it kind of shows off right away that killing some of the obstructions along the way is going to be a part of this concept here. Now, let's see if I can actually scout ahead to see what that sequence will be. Okay. Great. Yeah, I double tapped this a lot the last time I played it. Ah, no, I wanted to lower that. So I would trap the swamp over on this side because... yeah, you've got the arrows there. So here's the thing, momentarily saying, if you're trying to signal to me that a thwomp is going to hit this switch at the last minute, I feel like the way to actually do that is to just place that thwomp in the top left, in view, in the top left. I mean, if you want to tell the player that there's going to be a last minute switch activation and that is something they need to account for when they try to solve this, like, it seems like that's a much better way of doing it, to just show them the thwomp. Like, you have room to do that, even if you're showing just the bottom half, or you can show the top half as well, but basically you can just make the thwomp visible, and you're kind of functionally doing the same thing anyway, right? So anyway, just a suggestion that came to mind. Yeah, but I can see that you're trying to work on some of the visibility for sure, and create some signals that hopefully the player will get. Okay. I'm going to try to trap the swamp here. Great. Great. That's a lot better, in fact. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to send him over. And then send him over again. Yeah. Okay. Come through here. Timeout is going to be threatened pretty soon. Oh, let's get our feet out of there. Okay, so this is the moment of truth for this sequence here, which we previously just broke like crazy. Okay, that timing actually felt a little better for some reason. Probably just a conveyor placement. Obviously, if I'm seeing this for the first time, I am kind of assuming that the idea is to outrun. So the question is how you are slowing me down to make sure the thwomp remains available. I think somebody who's more of a speed player might be able to put in a more thorough attempt to break that like crazy. The other thing I'm looking at there is getting on top of the... Oh! We broke it. But if that happens, the thing is, I mean, I know that that breaks it because I know that we need to thwomp later. There are definitely players who won't know that, and will just kind of continue. And yeah, the thwomp got stopped once again, so... So yeah, as you can see, you know, a player who's seeing this will still have no reason to particularly believe that they needed to keep the thwomp going. I mean, I wonder if you really need that specific thwomp to be the one that you carry all the way over, right? Like, if there are so many problems with it being stopped, maybe the level should be kind of broken down into several thwomp chases in segments. Because there are just too many things that can happen with one thwomp that you're trying to escort all the way over, unless you're absolutely sure that no quirk of timing from the player is going to obstruct it the way I just did here, right? Okay. And yeah, I mean, it's actually easier to spin jump over that. I'm trying to control my height. Yeah, he's totally getting stopped. Because... I mean, I kind of know already that we'll need the switch activation at the end, but... I think that still seems a little bit unclear. Especially because with the falling thwomp segment, like, at that point in the level, I still don't know that this is supposed to be an escort. At this point, right here. Where, if you take a look at the activation timing on a thwomp, it will absolutely get stopped. Here's one thing you can do. Instead of clouds, try doing it with lifts that are going to drop instantly. Assuming that my running pattern is still able to get me across with a run. Because the whole problem that you're having here is that the thwomps are going to land in front of this guy, right? Actually, no, that's probably not going to solve your problem, in fact. Because you're still going to have issues with some quirk of timing leading that thwomp to bump in here. Oh, it doesn't need to be dragged anymore. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, no, you were saying that a few times and I wasn't quite clear on what you meant by that. Okay, no, we'll just see this through to the end then. See, this is what happens when you play things in multiple versions, is sometimes you start to make all kinds of assumptions that are no longer true. Okay, no, I think it actually works better just as a straight outrun. Except, of course, we need to remember to get back on the ground and then spin jump. Okay, let's... Yeah, as you can see here, if I'm going that fast, I mean, obviously I should know that I am not yet safe. Yeah, it looks like spin jumping up here is actually the cleanest way to do that. Okay. Alright, that'll work. And... okay, great. Yeah, and then we'll send this guy over. Kind of wonder if riding him out all the way would actually take me to some kind of bonus, but maybe let's not fool around with that so much. Take that. Okay, thank you for the GGs. Yeah, it works a lot better, in fact, just as a pure outrun. Because that's what a lot of people would intuitively assume, and it works better with the rest of the level before that. There are definitely, in the last segment, some spots that, because of the rising and falling lava, that just kind of goes somewhat slowly and over the course of just a few tiles at the bottom. There are definitely some spots where it might look like it's a little bit difficult to track, I guess, but I think we managed to work our way around that, so let's see what's next. Yeah, your dinos, thank you for shell sandwiches. And Palex, let's take a look at L7S4RY Super Mario Galaxy, I guess. And for lack of a better substitution. Spiky Vertical Wiggler Mania, sequel to Migglerwania. After all, Pokies are just spiky vertical wigglers. I guess they are. First level after 8 months of not making a level? Yeah. I think I've been off for at least as long as well. I think my last upload would have been last summer. I'm probably at about 10 months now, in fact. Okay, now we just bounce. I can definitely see the possibilities here of accidentally killing this Pokey, but then at least you die out of that immediately. Now, why would I want to go down? It has some Thwomp activations there. Oh no, it's just kind of like a fake pyramid of sorts. Right, because now you're going to have the Thwomps all nuke themselves, and you don't want that, or do you want that? Because the Muncher is going to drop on top of the Pokey after a few activations that will likely give you the key. Okay, let's kill some Thwomps. I'm definitely kind of paying attention to the potential despawn ranges here, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. Whoops. Okay. Let's ride it out. You'd think you'd get dizzy after a while doing that. But no, Toad's just going to enjoy his little pirouette. Okay, over here we go. Nice short bounce. Have to mind that donut block. Also, get out of here right away. Sure, let's float on top of these guys just to see if anything interesting is going to happen. Apparently not. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about everything in this layout just kind of floating in midair. I feel like when you have those boxes that are bounded by spikes, that unless you have a layout that's very heavily built, sort of top half material on top of bottom half material, there is some room here to constrain the camera a bit with scroll stopping in a way that will at least make it look a bit cleaner, so you don't have, you know, a third of the screen just being empty space past the spikes. It's kind of too bad we don't have more options for having things that sort of functionally work like the spikes, but just look nicer aesthetically. Like, you know, hazard platforms or zones that you can just draw as zones rather than rows and rows of one-tile spikes. I just found that as an element, you know, they perform a very specific function, but that they're just kind of excessively functional in some ways. Whoops. At Parallax, scroll stop is pretty easy. In the layout, you just need to draw a line with either ground blocks or hard blocks directly down or across the screen from end to end. And so long is from end to end, when you scroll in towards it with the camera just stops. Highly recommend fooling around with that. There's a lot of trickery that you can pull with it as well. Whoops. It's, I think, by far the best thing that Mario Maker 2 added to Mario Maker 1. In terms of, you know, Mario Maker 2 actually having a distinct design identity of its own, like the first thing you notice really is the fact that you have scroll stop. But yeah, it actually does work on either axis, although usually, because you have to draw all the way across the screen, people just do it on the axis that is perpendicular. So, you know, vertical columns if you are in the horizontal world, and horizontal rows if you are in the vertical world. That's usually the extent of what you will see. But it does need to go end to end across the whole layout, including in the parts that the player is not going to see or access. Oops. Would that also work with the left side? It works on whichever side you're scrolling into, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're heading left or right or up or down. As soon as the level detects that boundary, the camera stops moving. Whoops. Yeah, it's strange to kind of think about Maker 1 now, that it really stands out that so many Maker 1 levels are these mazes with winding corridors almost. That you saw a lot more of that kind of thing simply because of how people would try to create the sensation of going between separate zones or rooms. And because of the lack of scroll stop, you just generally had a lot more winding, tangled layouts. Yeah, vertical scroll stop and vertical sublevel makes for some interesting settings, exactly because you can just, for example, cut the whole vertical world in two and just make two separate climbs, right? I mean, that's the most basic thing you can do. The other thing you can also do is keep mechanisms off screen. That's exactly, in fact, what I did with my 4YMM level last year with the vertical climb, is that there would be tons of stuff that would be happening outside the screen boundary. Okay. I assume I'm at the top of the layout here, since no opportunity to go over that way. Let's jump down, miss, and still do okay. This looks like the finish. Very Nintendo-style finish. Yeah, momentarily saying I forgot to clear you. Sorry about that. Especially if you were trying to punch in an additional code. Thank you, Redbeard, for the subscription. Much appreciated, especially after having played a couple of your escape rooms recently. So yeah, Palex, definitely work on figuring out Scroll Stop, because it's going to do a lot for the look and feel of what you want to do here, especially because you do have so many zones that are kind of boxed in. One of the things that's going to do for you, for instance, with that segment with the Muncher drop and the Thwomps, is that when you build rooms that are kind of like that, managing the camera scroll is also going to avoid a lot of despawn-related bugs that would come from the player going too far, for instance. You can mitigate a lot of those issues just by good, solid camera control. And everything's just going to look nicer, so thank you for that. So yeah, momentarily saying, let me properly clear you from the queue quickly. And then we'll go sub next for the next submission. Yeah, Palex, you have a good morning as well. Or whatever it is in your local perception. Okay, King Brock. Yeah, Mail64, I think that's actually one of the best puzzle concepts that I've seen all over the place in Maker 2. Like, lots of puzzles that revolve around these scroll stop rules in some way. I think a lot of the best puzzle concepts I've seen, in fact, play tricks on you with the camera control. Here's The Legend of Bracada 1-3. I did see the previous 2 episodes, but this one is very new, from just over a week ago. Bowser has taken control of one of my prison areas. What a shell hole. Yeah, I'm momentarily saying I don't know about that. I think a shell hole sounds much more like a place than a person. On second thought, let's not. Oh, no, we do need to kill everything. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's take the shell, why not? Here, of course, you can slip through. But it is a jailbreak, so... And you're even amply rewarded for keeping the shell like that, although you don't absolutely have to. Anyway, lots of gunners over here. Is Bowser now a place? I'd say that Bowser is more of a state of mind. Okay. Okay. He's going to cry for help, but we're not going to be that accommodating. Whoops. In Bowser's Fury, he feels kind of like a place, yeah. Place full of cats. course, we're going for it. Noticed, of course, that we had 10 coin and then 30 coin. Kind of wonder if the 50 coin will be coming. Anyway, here's the jail. And okay. Grab that. Now, what projectile was coming at me from over to the right? Hang on. Because you know I'm going to try it. Let's get this guy on screen so we can get the guard to come here. Yeah, there we go. No, I should approach it from the right. I'm sure there's nothing actually there, but when has that ever stopped me? Whoops. There probably isn't anything there, but that's okay. We tried. And we eventually will need multiple keys, in fact. Oh, wow, what a chomp. Or maybe no keys at all if everything here is just aesthetic, because it seems like you'd need a lot of keys to pop into everything, and you wouldn't want to be in a situation where you just pick one, right? So I'm beginning to conclude, just from the prevalence of all those key doors, that there probably is no key. Anyway, we'll just hang out with the guards in the top over here. Okay, going to be nice familiar setup for the hammers. And yeah, this is probably just aesthetic. I don't really see an opportunity to have grabbed a POW block. Boom Boom's just going to do his thing. Okay, sure. If you really want. I mean, I guess it does preclude me from getting the one up there, but probably some kind of story element there that I just don't remember because it's been too long since I played parts 1 and 2. Yeah, thank you for coming by anyway, Pitch Shifter. Hopefully we will get to catch up on the Starship level very soon. The mantra has a secret, okay. Kind of wondering about that though, because I didn't see an opportunity to grab something like a POW. But then perhaps I didn't really search that thoroughly. Anyway, let me just look over to chat quickly, in case I missed anything really, really critical. Male64, you were asking earlier, in these kind of places, is it better to put a bonus room or a shortcut? I actually don't remember when you said that in the level. I would say that when it comes to things like shortcuts, one thing to keep in mind is that Mario Maker naturally lends itself to much less replayability than a lot of standard Mario, simply because people will ordinarily just get the clear and move on. And so I find that shortcuts as an alternate path don't work as well unless you know that you're giving your code to somebody who is going to replay for secrets. It really depends on the players that you're going to engage with, but I'd say that courses with multiple paths in general, including shortcut paths, don't tend to play to their strengths, I guess, in much of the Maker community from what I've seen. He said that when I reached the first checkpoint. I see, okay. Anyway, Buff Wild, let's take a look. Thank you for checking in. And also for your patience in waiting for quite a while. You say there's a hidden red coin in your level. Let's see if you can find it. Acorn Hills. Do I know who Candace is? I feel like I've known many people named Candace by various spellings. I don't know if there's a specific one that comes to mind, but we'll just look at Acorn Hills and look for that coin. Shortcuts can be seen by others as dev exits. I guess it depends on how much of a shortcut they are and whether the shortcuts are actually interesting places or if they're clearly just skips. Yeah. It's kind of too bad because I find that, you know, so many people try to emulate traditional design, and yet the whole structure of Mario Maker, in terms of Super Worlds, Endless Mode, etc., doesn't really lend itself to a lot of things that traditional levels are known for. This, I feel, is maybe a little bit low, in that you can feel like it's going to dunk you. But that's okay. We'll manage. I mean, it's probably safe. It just can dunk you into the red Koopa if you're not very careful. Okay, this is neat. I'm gonna grab all the coins there. And yeah, I might as well just bump these guys. And we'll just take the squirrel and try to scroll down and see if I can do anything here. Nope, bad idea. Okay, let's just around here. Oh, I see. It's like a... I mean, I'd be able to sort of discern what the artwork is if I had a clearer view on the outside, but it's kind of like these are giant trees of some sort. Or giant acorns, I guess. Maybe. Giant trees that are grown from the acorn. Whoops. Okay, I was kind of wondering if stomping through it would do anything. Acorn Hills, exactly. I was thinking of that. Well, we clearly didn't see the pink coin. I mean, this is a short enough level that I might replay it quickly to look for that. Let's grab the clear first. I will actually go over this again, since it is very short, and we'll just check around for that a little more thoroughly. So. And, okay, here we are. Mail64, when it comes to secrets or shortcuts being hard to get, I think actually sometimes having a secret be... I mean, it depends on whether it's hard to get because of the execution or hard to get because of them not being very visible. If they're hard to get because they are difficult to spot, then they really feel like a dev exit. It actually makes the perception of a dev exit much worse if it feels like it is information that's not available to the player. However, if it's something that's kind of dangling right in front of you and just happens to be difficult to execute, then... I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a bonus room or a shortcut, like it's more the accomplishment of achieving that secret that becomes the thing that actually feels rewarding, right? Like, it's not even what you get at the end of it, but the fact that you have done it and are acknowledged by the level in some way. That's kind of enough to work with. Acorn over here. Sure, let's... Oh, no. Yeah, that's as low as the camera's going to go. We're already in the bottom screen. No, we did check this already. The same way last time, in fact. We're going to switch to Luigi upon request. The hint is in a screenshot of the level. Let's take a look at a screenshot of the level. I wouldn't have known that if you didn't tell me, you see, so... Oh, because of the pipe, yeah. Yeah, we can see that. Yeah, I guess traversing the level normally, I would not be able to tell, but... if you pay attention to the thumbnail, then maybe. I mean, the thing about thumbnails, though, is that a lot of people will create them using parts of the level that are totally inaccessible anyway, and so We'll take a look, though. We'll definitely check it. Yeah, we have the acorn. No, we want to keep the boost. Okay, let's land. Bounce and up. So this is where you parked the real meat and potatoes of this level. Kind of nice to have a gentle reset, in fact. That allows me to just grab a new acorn, although I think I will need to... Oh, I actually have to commit to this. I can't get out without just resetting the level, which may be a problem now that I've killed that guy. Or, no, he's going to be back, but I'll lose to Goomba. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can do this then. Okay. Mind that camera visibility. I was trying to float over to the right side, but we need to make a bit of a turn. So, Mamuga, you'll notice that my Q-bot looks a little bit different today. The font changed on me for some reason, and I don't know how to change it back. Thankfully, I don't mind this font. It actually looks kind of nice. It's just that something seems to have broken with the style sheets that the Warp World graphic actually uses. I mean, it's basically just like the thing that you see with the display of the current code that's being played is actually a hidden web page. So it's something breaking on that side of things. Whoops. Mamuga, I'm not talking about the chat, I'm talking about the bar that is at the top of the actual playing area. That display. That's the thing that looks a bit different today. Okay. Unless it's been that way for a while and I just didn't notice, but I feel like I would have noticed by now. Nope, still trying to get a better jump over here. That's not really quite going. Spacing there doesn't quite cooperate. Sort of interesting that you would bury a bonus room like this that is actually so different from the rest of the level in terms of the technical requirement and how it's built. I don't mind it so much. I think it's something, though, that people would assume should be a level of its own. Now, I don't think I actually need to keep the squirrel coming out of here, but we'll see if that's actually the case. Yeah, it's going to make me small anyway. So it's kind of funny that like none of this stuff really feels traditional, even though it's buried in a traditional level. And it's just going to put me back to start. So yeah, it's basically just a pure optional challenge. Given that the key gets spent right away, so... Anyway, we have seen the rest of the level, so hope you don't mind if we do just exit out. But glad we could show that off, even though it's kind of weird to have that clash of level types in some ways. Instead of just having that as its own thing. But that's alright. It's an accomplishment. We showed it in a video. It's a proof of concept. So. And yeah, I mean, that part by itself is fun. It's just that I wouldn't have necessarily expected to find it buried in a level that's clearly meant for just a totally different audience. And I don't mind even that the secret doesn't get you anything. It's just that yeah, you do kind of switch gears as you go from one part of the level to another. So thank you for that, Buffwild. And exactly, even with the Super World format, that it's sort of interesting you say that, Document, because for the longest time, until 3D Mario started borrowing from 2D Mario again, for the longest time it just dropped the whole traditional power-up progression, and in 3D Mario people didn't really seem to mind. I mean, I guess I kind of minded a little bit because it no longer felt like it was playing by Mario's own rules. Captain Redbeard, if you'd like to check in, we'll take a look at the escape room. This is a very special level you made specifically for your friends to play at your next game night. Okay. Oh. What I don't have open during viewer levels is my notepad screen, I think. Let me check. So I might not be able to do my notepad overlay like I usually do for escape rooms, because I just don't have that set up right now. But we'll do it anyway. Yeah, because normally I try to take notes in a way that is actually visible on a screen. Let me see if I can do something about that. I'm actually not sure I can do that without breaking my font display, but yeah, we'll just do the level, and I might just have to say what I'm doing verbally rather than displaying it on screen. Minimal note-taking for this one. Okay, that works then. And okay, we're going to have 4 different rooms. It's going to be Cloud, Ice, Note Block, and Blue. There's probably going to be some kind of code entry or meta puzzle at the end, but so I want to see what kind of goal we're moving towards. Oh, interesting that each of the Snowman Peach locations, Snow Princess Peach locations are going to give you stuff like that. And they're all going to give you specific effects. It is also going to be a phrase that's being spoken here that corresponds to each of the block types that we saw in each of the pipes. So it looks like the pipes that we saw earlier lead you to clue rooms that will give you 5-letter word, 5-letter word, 2, 2, sorry, 3, 3, and then 2. And we'll figure out what that is and eventually come here with a key. The sequence of sound effects looks like it probably matters when it comes to giving you some kind of decryption. Let's see if the sounds are actually unique. These 3 are obviously not unique. This just gives you a 1-up, okay. I see what's going on here. That you're going to decrypt something, and the purpose of this here is to show you that eventually if you jump into one of these, by that point you will know which sound effect you're looking for, and the sound effect that is correct is going to be the one that gives you a key when you jump, rather than killing you. So, given that we have a fairly full palette of sound effects to look out for, I mean, we don't really need to list these or guess at them or anything. We can just look out for some kind of clue that gives you a sound effect. I actually think that the clue that it will give you is going to be the one that is spelled out by the dialogue up above. That the words, when you put them together, are going to point somehow to one of the sound effects. And we'll be able to figure out which one from there. So note the order here. The order above is Blue, Note Block, Ice, Cloud, which I believe is actually the opposite of the pipe order. So yeah, it's the exact opposite. So what we will do is we will go right to left, just so we follow the dialogue bubbles instead. Okay, it looks like we have 2 ways to go. We have a snowman kind of on top of the platform down there, too. And I wonder if the pipes are just kind of connected in such a way that I'm reading this backwards. So let's see if this is actually a connected loop. It is. Okay. 3 knows, 4 gives, or in Rome, like when in Rome, something not. And then that gives you 5 at the end. Let me see how many words we're dealing with here. Whether it's 5 words specifically, and whether that's going to kind of condense into a 5-letter solution. 3 knows, or gives. Like, I'm looking at in Rome here, and I'm thinking immediately this is just when. W-H-E-N. But the other ones will take a bit of inference from this, like, because I'm thinking of this as completing a phrase, but if I'm thinking of pairs that are going to go with, you know, something gives, like what gives, for instance. Okay, no, I get it. Each of these are going to be the sort of where, when, what, where, where, when, what, why, which, etc. kind of words. And yeah, so for example, it's going to be... And then the one that is missing from the set is going to be the one that's a 5-letter one in the end. So it's going to be who knows, what gives, when in Rome, who, what, when, why not, and this is probably going to be where. W-H-E-R-E. Yeah, I'll answer some of what you're saying about the secrets design in just a little bit, Mail64, because I know that you're someone who also kind of favors doing lots of multiple routes, especially as the maker who just kind of wants to add more stuff, so long as you have room. It's a tendency that's very difficult to resist, especially if you've been trained by a lot of Nintendo's own games, to be honest. Like, I used to really favor stuff like that in Maker 1 myself, and then I realized that if you put them through playtesting, people just don't play the stuff. And don't really show off the most interesting part of your levels very often, unless you send them to somebody like me, who will just poke around and do stuff. So, bats, something car, and this is going to be something that's going to be 5 letters. Also notice the change in block types, that there is, I think, a rotational cipher or something that's going on. So, for example, bat +1, B gives you C. A with no rotation gives you A. T with a -2 gives you R. So we're going to see that as the contextual clue for how to decode the thing that comes next. So there's going to be a 5-letter word where the transformation is going to be +5, 0, +4, 0, -1. And that's going to be from the letter position of whatever clue we see. Now, is this activating a scroll break that's going to show me the word? Or, oh no, it's just a lamp. And it's a light, right? So suppose that we have a light. I'm just going to guess that the 5-letter word associated with the glow is a light. L +5, L, M-N-O-P-Q. Second is going to be no, it won't be QI because this isn't. Actually, even in Scrabble, I don't think there are any 5-letter words that begin with QI. There are a couple of other words that have Q and no U, so it's not going to be light. It's going to be something else. It may be something to do with divine, because divine is the thing being highlighted. So yeah, we're looking for something that is the 5-letter word that's going to transform into a different 5-letter word by way of rotating. And it's not going to be light. It's going to be something else. Now, the thing is, are we thinking about the lamp? Are we thinking about the vine? Or are we thinking about the hard blocks here? Or some combination of them? Like, if there's a particular object that's represented by the combination of the vine and the little safety location down here. We're going to timeout, but we'll keep that in mind, and possibly we'll fill in the rest first. So I know how this clue is supposed to work, it's just that the initial word that's being seeded here is something that I haven't determined yet. But we also know that the first word of the phrase is where. So it's going to be where, and then something 5 letters. And then something that's going to be 3 and 3, and then something that is 2. So we might be able to reconstruct some of it by inference. Wait, we saw something come out of the pipe. It's a cloud. Slick Willy. Sleepy Joe. Okay. It's probably not Joe Biden. Slick Willy, though. I don't actually know what... Oh, okay, we've got more. Tricky Dick. Okay, no, these are all presidents. Honest Abe. It's Honest Abe. So, the first thing there is going to be Abe. But then we came through that pipe, and we know that there are 2 separate words that we're looking for here. So let's go through the second pipe. Captain Redbeard, no need to verify answers yet. I think we're making decent progress. Yeah, no, I think that's definitely Abe, but we're only given 1 here, and possibly it's something that is being repeated in some way. H blank blank. L-I-B-E. Unless these are elements, like lithium and... Wait, no, hang on. Wouldn't be 2 letters, though. Unless... Oh, no. Unless this is hydrogen, and then you have a 2-letter element, and then these 2 here. Don't make me pull out my periodic table. I may, in fact, have to pull out my periodic table for this. It's been far too long. I used to know this kind of thing. Let's just give this a pause for a second so we don't run down the half-life of this level's radioactive decay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, no. It's just the elements in sequence by atomic number, so it's just helium. I should know that. I'm so accustomed to like seeing elements grouped in terms of columns or, you know, by ionization, I want to say. That's... Anyway, it's going to be HE. This I'm kind of wondering about, because we only had the 1 3-letter clue there for what were 2 slots. And all we saw was Abe. Unless I missed something. Okay, anyway. And we have this 5-letter one here. I'll just take a look at it again quickly to see if we can discern what kind of object we're working with. That is going to be 5 letters here in this little trap. Like, either the... I think the light is highlighting something. it's something we're supposed to read about this sort of object or trap or bucket or whatever this is. And it's going to transform into a totally different word. Let's go back to the final clue room in case it has any particular insight. And in the meantime, I'll think about whether there is some synonym that we can use for either the vine or something else. So it's going to be where something Abe H-E. Probably. Except that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense unless there is some additional unscrambling that needs to happen. And I'm thinking of these two as doubled up, like ABE, which also doesn't make a great deal of sense, unless... Let's just take a look at the sounds here to see what our options are going to be. Pretty much the full palette of sound effects, in fact. Yeah, let's just activate each of these just to see if any inspiration strikes. Like, I'm looking at the sort of Abe segment here, and I'm wondering if it has something to do with the baby sound, but we don't have enough context to actually say that. Unless there is some anagramming that is potentially involved, such that, you know, HE at the end could just as easily be EH for some kind of Canadian passphrase. I feel like we probably do need to solve the note block room to sort this out. Okay, let's go back here. Once again, we just need to come up with some kind of 5-letter word that fits this thing on the left here. And... yeah, Buffwild, I mean... yeah, I guess if the secret is something that you actually want people to find by themselves, then that would sort of make sense. I mean, this is clearly going to be 5 letters. It looks like this part here, the hard block, you know, that's where the arrow is pointing away from. Looks like it's definitely relevant to the object that we should be thinking about. So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like a bucket being lowered into a well or something. That doesn't fit at all. Also just a, I don't know, like a stirrup or something. No. Some kind of hook. Or some kind of other receptacle. Like you have a vine coming down here. It's like a pot for a plant or something, but you would see the vine go all the way down if so. So yeah, basically 2 mysteries that we have so far. That, first of all, I am not actually totally confident that we should just be doubling the word we see in this room. And secondly, the initial word in the note block room still kind of escapes me. I think we've seen all we can see here, though. And... yeah. You know, I don't think I can immediately think of which president was Slick Willy. I'm trying to... thinking, like, that's not Taft, right? Like, it's not, like, William Howard Taft. Awesome Lamp, it's been a while. Welcome. But anyway, the only thing we saw in this room was Abe. So I assume it's just going to be ABE, ABE. Possibly there's just going to be some kind of general substitution we're not seeing. Or something that needs to be done to transform the strings that we get here. So yeah, I determined that this was going to be HE. Oh, you know what? I know what this is, I think. So... Abe, Abe, he... I'm trying to think about... yeah, no. It's something that when you string these words together... and you say the phrase, the demarcation of the different words is going to change. So at the end here, when you say Abe, Abe, he, what you're actually thinking is a baby. Now, I don't actually know the first two words, but before I even do that, I'm just going to check the baby sound. So now we need to think about, like, what the first two words were that would give me that. Because I think from the last half of the clue alone, I was able to determine something to do with the baby. So yeah, hence the dialogue box that you're supposed to say it out loud. That's the whole point. It's a... oh, and then you find out if it's a girl or if it's a boy. So... and then we're going to get soft locked because that's what happens as part of the process of birth. And, you know, that's just what happens when you bring children into the world. So I get it. That you said earlier that it was something that is an announcement for a party. I don't know if it's your own, Captain Redbeard, but... congratulations. Don't try to get soft-locked into parenthood if you are indeed becoming a parent. Don't try to get SD-locked into parenthood either. I think that's even worse. So, boy or girl? Oh, I did the same thing again. Looks like we're keeping everybody in suspense. Well, right now it's more like Schrodinger's baby. I guess at some point, Redbeard, we should think about what that clue actually was. Do you want to... I mean, I don't want you to spoil too much, but if you want to give me a bit of a nudge, since we technically solved that part already, solved the rest of it already, if you want to give me a bit of a nudge as to what the initial seed word is before we transform it, we can at least see that part of the puzzle and just work out whether I understood everything here correctly. I think it's fairly clear what the transformation function is supposed to be here. I just never found out what this is supposed to represent. And okay. Two small nudges. One, in the example, the first word, it's what's in the box. example, the first word was in the box, and check the description. Okay. Oh, I see. That's it's one of the characters, right? Like that you're supposed to play this as Mario or Luigi or something. I'll pop out and check that later. But you know what? We'll just do the. Let's suppose it's Mario. Then NOPQR I STUV. Sorry, RAVE and N. So it's Raven, which means the passphrase is "We're having a baby." I think yeah, because it's where Raven, Abe, E. We're even a baby. And yeah, we're having actually a whole room full of. I was about to say Pikmin. That's actually what it reminded me of. Just get 100 of them going. Anyway, is it a boy or girl? Let's finally find out. Oh, RAVIN. Yeah. Because Mario. Yeah, no, I just kind of. Anyway, it's a boy. Now we know. And I guess we need to exit out this pipe. Anyway, there we go. So anyway, if that actually is an announcement for yourself, Captain Redbeard, first of all, congratulations. And yeah, that's... Oh, solve logic puzzles to help Mario traverse the mountain. Okay, so that actually is a requirement for once. Yeah, I think it's going to be... It's funny because this is momentarily sane, of course. I think the world record here makes it look like a level that has a 20-second timer. Because you just see records like that under 20 seconds all the time in that kind of level. But anyway, thank you for that. Fun puzzle, by the way. You were quite right that it didn't actually require note-taking. But I'm glad we managed to give you a bit of a test here. I guess it was Bill Clinton. I guess yeah, that makes sense. Don't know why I was thinking Taft. Just going through my list of Willies, I guess. Okay, so that was a sub-next, wasn't it? So let's go next once again. And it's going to be document. Yeah, I actually have a lot of catching up to document I still have to do after the last time I did a document catch-up. And so, lots to work on. Yeah. I did play Minecart Mayhem. I guess I missed a whole bunch of other ones, though. So, document, I don't know if you have a specific one you want to look at. I assume it'll just be your latest one here with a record by Meng. Unless you have another preference, we'll look at Blue Briar Bog. The blue briars only sprout thorns when the tide is high. Okay, so it looks like it'll be some kind of a switch mechanism that will be timed according to the water level. I also see bullies, which are always extremely promising. What's the earliest one I haven't done? I haven't done a lot of your earliest ones, in fact. Like, I did a lot that was kind of in the middle of your list. But a lot of the really old stuff, I haven't done at all. So, like, you know, a lot of the stuff pre-4YMM, like, I did some of them selectively, I think. But if you have a particular suggestion, do go ahead and field it. If there's something you'd really like to see, I mean, we've got a bunch of the older ones I haven't seen, as you can see. So, let me know if you have a specific suggestion. Very first one, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Today's Tom Sawyer. Mean Pride, I guess. This was from very early on. July 2019. Within a month of the game, month and a day of the game. I will eventually do the whole list, but it'll take a few sittings, I'm sure. Let's actually stay on the raft. I think that was actually very clear. Okay. Back and forth until we fight this guy, I guess. Probably. Oh, no, I need to tap it such that it kills the Thwomp. Wait. Let's not do that, though. Yeah, because I want to kill the Thwomp and then I want to go over, so. I just needed significantly better timing. So stomp. Nope. Missed that somehow. And we go back and forth until we do it. 64, 4 months on the latest level you're making. Okay, well, looking forward to seeing it when you finally want to see me break it into pieces or something. I think, given that the on-off state is going to correspond to whether the platform is going right or left, I should take advantage of that to create a safe position to be pounding the Thwomp from. Let's not miss the jumps now. Okay. No, actually. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I see what's going on. That I'm kind of being stunned by the time it's coming over. There we go. And just need to drop in a little bit faster. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's a much better timing, in fact. Okay, trying to cut too many corners there. Nope, not quite. Glad you give me a lot of chances to do this, though. Actually, a fairly gentle element, as long as I don't cut that corner too sharply. Yeah, I beat the block, or rather beat the Thwomp and hit the block first, exactly, yeah. I think I kind of vaguely knew that timing from seeing it in some other levels, but yeah, you want the level to be sort of mid-press, the switch rather to be mid-press, such that it is bumping the Thwomp on its way down. There we go. And it's going to get pushed. But yeah, I wanted the Thwomp to come over here and release that. Whoops, not that. And here we go. Nope, bad idea. I needed to go left a little faster to get back onto the platform. Just needed to watch a couple of different elements at once there. Okay, let's try to do this a bit more accurately. Nope. Yeah, if I dash right in while I also have the forward momentum from the springs, that seems to be the optimal timing. I do need to activate that thwomp for it to come over. Okay, good. Okay. Just needed to position that one a little bit better, but we get a general idea. And here we are. It's sort of interesting to look at this and think about how the back and forth structure does remind me of a couple of other obstacles in newer document levels. That there are a few that kind of require you to, double back slightly, like I'm thinking of the Ghost House level, actually, the corridor level, if I'm remembering that accurately, where there was an element that was very similar. Yeah, but it's kind of nice to have that opportunity to retry and just sort of get into the rhythm of this level here as you account for some switch presses that are going to be out of your control. Okay, going to activate that thwomp and just react to that nice and quickly. Yeah, I was looking at that and wondering if it was necessary to tap the switch at all, given that I do have to double tap it, but I can see why that's there now. I was still wondering about that on a previous attempt, but I hadn't looked at the timing very carefully. Yeah, in terms of the mechanic being satisfying, I think it comes from that sense that sometimes it's going to be under your control and sometimes it isn't, and you just need to know how to anticipate the situations where you're activating it sort of indirectly by something else you're doing in the level, so... Okay, up we go. Yeah, I like how that thwomp actually stalls a bit to give me a little bit of breathing room to read what's going on. And here we go. Oh, I'm looking at that blue pipe in a previous room and wondering if I missed something in the top right, but that's okay. Yeah, need to go over to Munchers, of course. I wasn't quite sure, not having seen what was going on with the semi-solid yet, what was going to happen there. Interesting that it looks kind of like a thwomp snake, in a way. The thwomp at the head of this very springy serpent. Yeah, that's what's going on with the Munchers, where I just didn't expect them to drop necessarily the first time I saw them. Although you can kind of see the outline of the semi-solids down below. Whoops. Not overshoot here. If I do overshoot, I do need to spin jump immediately off to get back on track. Wondering about the top left there, but that does not look accessible. And then it's going to hit. The thwomp, when it hits, is going to die. And then I need to figure out what's going on from there, I think. Okay. I guess I probably needed to go left immediately. No. Nope. Pretty satisfying activation there, actually, with the movement of the blue skull raft. It feels very snappy. Anyway, Let's not dawdle there too long. You figured out while making this that thwomps propelled by springs will break things without any interaction from Mario. Yeah, I feel like I've seen that in a lot of levels, probably Mang levels to be honest. But I don't know if I really thought about that as a rule or interaction until... Yeah, you know, as something that a level would have specifically drawn my attention to. Because I feel like I've definitely seen it, but just not really thought about it. But there's a lot of stuff like that with springs, though, like bone shell interactions, for instance. As you certainly know. Okay, do need to do that quickly before the icicles respawn. I think that is absolutely the way. I just need to be quick about it. The timing seems right, that it can be done that way, and in fact should be. Yeah, okay, bit of a rest stop here. And, yeah, down we go. So let's be quick about it. No, I will need to get the spin jump method here. I can actually just go over to Thwomp directly instead of spin jumping on it, but it's going to require pretty specific timing. Either way. That's okay, it's not hard to see. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Just so folks are aware, I'm pretty likely to be closing the queue after I complete this level. So this will technically be last call, just so we have a good chance of getting through everybody who has already queued. I usually try to close up a little earlier, in fact, but we got through a pretty good pile quickly today, so... Anyway, let's get back up. And here we go. Okay, forward. Okay, just in time. And yeah. Okay, thought I was going to get on top of that for the 30 coin, but just didn't quite time that out accurately. Pretty readable segment though, despite how quickly everything's moving. Yeah, I guess the thing about the repeated press of the trampolines against a thwomp looks like it kind of depends on the way the poison is actually dragging the thwomp such that it's slow enough to be pressed repeatedly, right? Like, if you don't have the poison dragging the thwomp that way, does the speed actually line up in a way that works? Or does the thwomp just outrun? Because that's one thing that I'm sort of noticing here. I mean, I assume, of course, that it's just conveyors that are propelling the trampolines themselves, so I don't know. Yeah, there are some strange rules, and it's kind of interesting to see that. It's sort of interesting to go back to these mid-2019 levels, and one thing that I'm kind of discovering by going through a lot of people's profiles sometimes and playing the older stuff is that you wouldn't necessarily have thought about it at the time given how much people were just playing with everything that was new in the toolkit, but how much people immediately caught on to side thwomps as one of the most interesting additions in this game. Like, it's not like there was a lot of, you know, concentrated or very public hype about it, but it seems like people who were digging into the editor and trying to make good original concepts work just all kind of caught on to its potential very quickly. Like, I think about a lot of makers where I've gone back to their older stuff, and you see a lot of side swamp levels of all kinds of mechanical ideas, I guess, but whoops. And Merlin, welcome. If it hits once, it's activated for a moment, but if it breaks a block, it continues being activated. Huh. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. Down we go. And yeah, bit of a tricky timing there, but we'll get it. Yeah, gonna miss the 30 coin, unfortunately. Oop, it's gonna go a bit short. I had the sense already that I was spending far too long on that falling platform, but... no, missed a spin jump. And yeah, happy weekend to you as well, Merlin. Hope that everything's going just fine on your end. And that you've been cranking out some levels, that they've been going fairly well. Okay. Yeah, not really accounting for something there when it came to my momentum. I was expecting to have a lot more speed, and I think it was actually just the way I was sitting on top of the trampolines as they were doing their little accordion here that felt like I was being dragged back unexpectedly, and I just didn't account for it that time. Okay, always feels like I'm just about to fall off in that specific interaction. Okay. And we'll get a grip, and out we go. Yeah, Merlin, enjoy the beach. It's a story I've heard from a lot of people in my chat lately, that a lot of them have sort of announced that they're finally traveling or visiting friends for the first time in over a year, and it's kind of nice for all of you to, first of all, share in that excitement, and secondly, still take the time to drop by my stream and say hello. So, thank you for that document. And yeah, we'll go through some of the older stuff in your list with time, I think, and just catch up on as much as we can. It's very 2:30 a.m. now. It's not even slightly 2:30 a.m. It's very 2:30 a.m. Enjoyed my time with your level as well, as always. Merlin, yes, the queue is still open. This was actually the last call. I was going to close the queue in just a moment as soon as I punched in the next code, so please get yours in immediately. And Merlin, if you manage to stay to the end, you will probably be our closer today. And Captain Redbeard also went to the beach for the first time in a long time. Yeah, glad you managed to get that beach party in before Parenthood kind of changes the nature of beach parties. Okay, I'm going to punch in the next code that we have. I don't think we actually have any subs remaining, so we'll just go straight down the next list, and then we will close the queue. Mill 64, we're going to look at Through the Cave Garden, and we are now closed. Yeah, Captain Redbeard, that's very true. That's, I think, you know, it's sort of a well-observed social effect in a way that because parents have so much that they are able to talk about with each other that are kind of outside the understanding or direct experience of non-parents, that like the way that friend groups kind of split apart in adulthood sort of fall along those lines, like whether you're dealing with children or not. And when you do kind of join the club, I think that's a whole category of conversation suddenly opens up again with people who had seen their priorities drift for some time. So definitely something to look forward to, I think. I'm going to change my stream title, and I'm also going to make sure my bot display is saying accurately that the queue is now closed. As usual, if we miraculously get through everything really quickly, I may reopen at the end for people who stay, but I can't always do that. It really depends on how long everything takes from now until the finish. So if you are already in the queue, though, we'll hopefully give everybody a look. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's Redbeard. I think it's obviously not the reason to have a kid, but definitely a lot of perks that come with that. Secret behind secrets. Being a Mill 64 level, we will, of course, look for alternate paths. This one from February. And yeah, Merlin, if you had come in earlier, you would have seen the way that Captain Redbeard was doing the announcement, in fact. Because as an escape room specialist, he made an escape room level specifically for that purpose. And went fairly well. This is kind of an interesting use of the snapping animation on the 3D World Piranhas, in fact. That you can kind of use them to get into some unexpected locations, but the twirl, of course, in 3D World doesn't suspend you the way it does in SMB, so I don't think that would have gotten me up all the way, no matter what I did there. But it was worth checking. Here it feels like I can actually probably go for a wall jump. I could take a hit, I might as well try it. Although I don't have much headroom to work with here, yeah. Never mind. Okay, we'll just skip over this. Look for secrets while we're at it. Yeah, this guy definitely looks accessible, so... Okay, Powhat. Going to have flashbacks to that glitch level we saw earlier today where I kept killing the Thwomp. And yeah, a bit of a bonus room here. Oh, okay, no, I actually needed to keep Powhat. That's fine. This means we'll pop back here and try to reset this. Except I'll need to do it by way of killing two Thwomps at once. And I don't know if I have a good position to be doing that from. Yeah, maybe that's not accessible after all then. Unless I... Well, not like that, obviously, but I'm trying to see if there's like something like a corner position that will hit two Thwomps. But I don't think so. I'll have to go through the right side pipe. It looks like there are probably just multiple paths where the Thwomp up above, come on, is just another way down. But I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like you absolutely do need to expend the power 3 times to get through this. But Yeah, I guess with that other green pipe segment that is in the top left, that might just be exit only. Yeah, always want to check those. A couple of crates on top. Okay, that's interesting. We'll see if we can grab one and... Oh, we gotta go. Alright. Ah, I see. They're supposed to be bullet activated. No real opportunity to grab another crate right now, unfortunately. We can, however, stand on top of this location like that. Looks like this is something that is... Oh, just blocking the blaster from firing something to the right then. No, nothing from that guy. Oh, yeah, just can't bullet. I see the hard block on the top right side, though, and I guess that is something that is breakable with a bullet. So we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, because what I'll want to do is probably dump a bunch of these if I can. And eventually lead a target up here to get a nice fat explosion. Like, just jump over here. Nope, not gonna do it that way. I think I needed more crates to do it. That's clearly something, though. Oh, it's not going to let me go back. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I guess the purpose of the P-switch is to ensure that the creeper at the bottom is actually going to extend all the way. And then we follow that swamp somewhat. And let's see. Okay, that doesn't seem to be doing that much for me. Definitely looks like I can create some kind of safety platform over there, though. Maybe even a series of safety platforms. I don't know if Fire Flower would have been required on the other side to prevent just pure damage boosting. Oops. Yeah, let's grab this first. You know what? Let's just damage boost it and see what happens. I feel like there's definitely something to the left that would just require me to have multiple crates. I don't have the Fire Flower here anymore, though, so... we will see what happens. Yeah. Might as well grab some crates along the way in case we use a few extras. Whoa. That looked awfully dangerous. Okay. Yeah, let's toss that. We can probably toss a whole bunch of these. Might as well grab one of these while we're at it. And that's going to work out, actually, because then I can grab that crate afterwards. I believe that Piranha Creeper segments are actually global ground and that everything will stay loaded. It's one of those edge cases of global loading that you rarely actually see used. Whoops. Now here's the thing. Now I have a very limited opportunity to do any of this. But okay, so there actually is something here, but it does require me to well, let's see, 50 coin. I guess the idea was to jump on top of the creeper repeatedly to retract it such that I'm able to get into the snake block. I didn't check top left, but that's ground, so it looks like everything's going to be blocked. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Managed to get that out of the way, but at what cost? Feels like I do have to check this. Okay, no. And we'll just make use of some of these overlaps. Check this, of course. And that's it for this segment here. Looks like... yeah, we have a bit of a bonus challenge to get me all the way up. Of course I'm going to check the pipe. But it looks like the purpose here is just to get you up to the top of the flagpole, so... so yeah, I hope we saw a decent range of secrets, if not necessarily very many of them. Thank you for the GG. You can get 1-ups through jumping onto snake plants. Oh, you mean through the repeated bounces? Yeah, if you wanted to do that. I guess when you play enough Mario Maker, you know, 1-up interactions from repeated bounces or other kinds of combinations and hits, and just kind of bounce right off of you as a player, especially if you're playing outside the context of Super Worlds where excess 1-ups actually help. Because there's so many screen clearing mechanisms or levels with consecutive bounces all over the place in Mario Maker that you just sort of stop thinking about lives after a while. Like the level just blasts you with 1-ups and you just don't notice. But yeah, definitely see what you're going for. So a detour may prove faster. I don't think we actually necessarily found that unless... yeah, I'm thinking back to the Pow Hat segment with the Thwomp, because even though the Pow Hat was respawning on the left side, I didn't see a way to actually get up to the top of that room. No. Oh, right, because you are making a super world out of all these multi-track levels that you've been putting together for months. That's right. I do remember you saying that. So I did mark that as a win, and DDO Neon did just say hello, or GG rather, so we'll mention TL8, BWB, Q1H. Yeah, no, I see what you mean now, that I pick up the Pow Hat, I exit out the pipe, and I drop back in to get the second Pow Hat. Right? Because then you actually have an activation remaining. Yeah, no, I know what you mean now. Standard puzzle stuff, actually. I should have thought about that at the time. Yeah. Anyway, DDO Neon's going to send me bouncy clouds. Reversing clouds may get you caught in a bouncy situation. How bouncy? We're about to find out. Okay. That bouncy. That's okay. That's manageable. We'll watch the track patterns carefully. I like the verticality in this level. Very fitting for the sky theme, of course. Get some verticality right in the main zone. And let's just try to bounce our way up. There we go. And for the most part, I'll want to land safely, but I can see how this would be a lot of fun to speed through, in fact, because you would actually be deliberately taking advantage of as many of the bounces as possible. Also like the down arrow here for people who will need a bit of camera visibility when they drop in. Okay, I'm holding a shell, and I'm just going to take the top layer, I guess. It almost feels like this level is kind of built to reward speedruns in some ways. You know what? I'm going to throw the shell, because that was something I expected to lead to more interesting results, but that's okay, we'll take it. And we'll do the maze up here. Yeah, kind of a nice multi-path concept, for sure. Now, is this going to be a vertical climb? I kind of expected there would be one. We should actually go for some of the optional coins along the way. That's not going to go, of course. I was hoping to do a shell throw after a pickup, but that's okay. We can do it with this guy. Come on. Over here. Yeah, we'll bounce on top of this guy and just do a shell throw. No, we'll just do a shell throw and miss. Never mind that. Okay, up we go. And yeah, it looks like I probably could bounce off the Koopa shell and off the Koopa rather, and just go to the top left directly. Though I was falling a little bit short. Yeah, the more I play this, the more I think that people who go for the speed records are actually going to have a pretty interesting time. Okay, whoops. Oh yeah, let's go for it. Why not? Nope. Okay, that could have gone better. Probably should have just taken a shell for it, actually. And, yeah, we'll just bounce this way. Nice to have all those one-way panels, by the way, just preventing the obvious soft lock location while maintaining the aesthetic effect of being all the way up in the clouds. Ah, that's okay, we'll just move on. Was beginning to feel a little too much like a troll level anti-soft lock. Because we've definitely seen some that are entirely bumper oriented. But anyway, we'll just collect a few of the other coins as minor recompense. Whoops. Down we go. Whoops. Down we go. Yeah, this is kind of neat, though. I like these little mini challenges along the way. I mean, you can just kind of do the ones that interest you. Go for a high score when it comes to a coin count. Yeah, it's a kind of design that I feel like would have benefited from, you know, even a coin leaderboard or something. Coin collection leaderboard. Rather than just the speed records, although the speed records would do some wonders as well. Yeah, I was just thinking about the pipe as the thing that dropped me in. Okay, thank you for the level and the GG. I didn't quite see 100% of what that had to offer, but got a good sense of it, I think. But yeah, 52-second record by Feanor 809. Oh, he's way ahead of your Maker clear time. But like I said, it would be a pretty interesting level to just speed through. Next GM, final level for the night, and then you're heading out. That's great. Always glad to see a couple of yours come in at once, given how gigantic your list is at this point. Really filling up the 100 level limit in this profile, for sure. Quite close to doing so, in fact, if you're up to 94. Before you're going to spill over into a different account. Bowser's Fortress is in a huge state of disrepair. Pieces are falling down. Ah. I'm kind of interested to see how you'll implement this, because I've seen a couple of interesting spins on an idea that's very similarly described. And yeah, DDO Neon, you know, no need to just rush through your own stuff for the clear check. You might as well just enjoy it. I know that some makers like to really set a tough speed record on their own levels in the clear check. Not everybody does that, of course. Like Melon Rinder Gilmore, who was here earlier today but didn't get played before he had to leave. Like, he's somebody who really does that all the time just to set a benchmark for people, but absolutely no pressure to do that with your own levels, obviously. Although sometimes seeing clear times can really condition people's expectations. Interesting that you get 3 of those there. It's something I'm wondering about. Now, the placement of the fall blocks, obviously, is, with the donut blocks, is just based on parking the thwomps directly on top of them. We'll need to wait for the next donut respawn, and then down we go. Yeah, classic setup that's been around since Mario Maker 1. Whoops. And we're just going to die to the simplest thing. And whoops, there we go. Let's not try to rush it. Let's actually wait a bit. Yeah, I see now that the placements of some of those is kind of supposed to go in sequence. You know, when we see the groups of 4 that fall down later, and that they weren't falling down in the kind of sequence that you place them in the editor simply because of the difference in when I was going to scroll in far enough to be spawning the thwomps in the first place. I assume that they are going to be 4x4 thwomps up top. But yeah, obviously it's going to look one way in the editor and another way over here as you see the blocks fall down. But luckily there's enough flexibility here that even if you have a very weird spawn timing coming in with how I scroll the camera forward, you still have plenty of flexibility to get across safely. So it's kind of nice that this level has enough leeway to account for that, that there's going to be a great deal of uncertainty from how the player scrolls the camera forward anyway, so you might as well just make sure there's plenty of room to work with, like in this segment here. That, you know, obviously I'm scrolling in such a way that, vertically speaking, they're falling with a bigger interval from each other than you would normally expect. But it's still going to work just fine. Yeah, DDO Neon, you have a good night. Whoops. Let's do this a little faster. Yeah, and obviously as you spawn into the first room here, at least the first screen will be totally consistent. First screen plus 3 blocks. Yeah, I'm glad I can make that big jump there because I was definitely just kind of doing that instinctively. And yeah, I have a bit of a stopping point here just to get everything resynchronize, and also just to cut your momentum, in fact. Like, it does make a difference here that the player has to cut momentum to stop on these single tiles. And yeah, okay, that's how the thwomps are going to remain in place, is with the one-way panels that we barely see out of view. I guess that's about as low as you could get away with placing the thwomps while trying to hide one-way panels, but making sure the player is within range of spawning everything immediately. So yeah, thanks for that, next GM. Yeah, pretty readable overall for something that is a concept that when you build it that wide and with that much forward scrolling, can be inconsistent if you don't make it gentle enough. So it's actually a good idea for a level with that kind of concept in this setting to be relatively relaxed when it comes to the jump spacing. So I think that worked very well. So Captain Redbeard, when you do the name announcement, eventually, when the time comes, can we expect another escape room to that effect? Anyway, your dinos. I don't know if your dinos is still here. They did queue a while ago. So your dinos, if you'd like to check in, that would be great. But let me check my viewer list quickly to see if they might have bailed a long time ago. I think your dinos actually did bail a long time ago, so that's okay. We'll just push forward. And yeah, Merlin, no worries about lurking while you make all of the beach party arrangements you can. Let me just check in with the current list. Next is going to be Buffwild, who's been very patient about getting a second submission in today. Thank you for checking in. We'll punch in CH2. J0TMKG. And you have a couple of levels in development that are non-baby related. Yep, might as well get those out of the way while you can. 1X, so I guess World 1 Extra. Acorn Airways Hard. Now Buffwild has kind of trained me to look at the preview image and the thumbnail to see if there's anything revealing about it, but doesn't appear so. Looks like we'll just have more flying squirrel shenanigans, this time with a clear condition. Windy day today, eh? Watch your step, kid. I don't think I know who Snatcher is in this context, but we'll find out soon enough. Yeah, I guess this would be something you placed as an optional level in your world map, I would be guessing. I do see that you have a super world on your profile, so... Ah, okay, reach the goal without landing. I'm going to scout ahead anyway. The clear condition always just obstructs my view when it comes into the screen, and so... So yeah, we don't want to spend the boost until we know that we have a clear opportunity to bounce on an enemy in order to renew the boost, and so... okay, let's not jump that soon. Let's walk up to the acorn. And yeah. Here we are. And yeah, we got a bounce here, which is great. Some wall jumps here. Nope, shouldn't have expended that. I feel like I Needed it. Red coin isn't that needed, okay. Whoops. Yeah, we'll look out for that. No, let's navigate a little bit better. You're going to put 8 non-Super World X levels for the bosses, I see. 4 Larrys at the same time, but only one is real, so only one is holding the key, or do you mean something different by that? I guess when you eventually send that along, we'll find out. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I did have that level earlier today. I think it was Next GM's level that had a double Larry. Even that, like with the small fluctuation in your bounce pattern, was more to deal with than I expected. For something that's just a very simple Koopaling pattern. Matters quite a great deal, it turns out. No, bad timing. I want to go under the Solid Blade boost up, and then... Yeah, the pink coin is right there. Very easy to see. Plain sight, in fact. Nope. Too far up. And here we go. It's pretty gentle, actually, by the standards of a lot of Acorn levels I've seen. I mean, it does require you to know how to reset the boost by jumping on enemies, and that you do need to kind of beat that knowledge requirement of just understanding that. But there definitely are some specific timings that I need to watch out for, like that one. Now we're definitely dead. I'd like to put in a few tries to get the coin safely, though. I mean, it would be nice to show that off just as a demonstration that it works just fine as intended. Nope, too high. That's why there's a practice one at the start. A practice one. Oh, you mean the first Koopa that is not actually strictly necessary? I see what you mean. Okay. I can actually still bounce on a Koopa to head up to the coin, so I will in fact do that and totally fail afterwards because I was clinging on way too high. So yeah, I need to get out of that safely. Okay. Nope. Once again, same mistake as usual. And up. And up. Okay, just need to be slightly careful. Nope, that's not slightly careful. That's not careful at all. Yeah, I definitely want to get off Divine. I want to... actually, I want to try one little thing here. Do I keep the boost out of Divine? Yes, I do. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I knew that for sure, because I need to use that in the segment that is as far as we've gotten so far. I was pretty sure I was correct about that, and I'm glad I am. And you're going to get a boost reset from clinging onto that surface. Okay, down we go. Yeah, kind of glad that Mario Maker, since the 0.0 patch, has brought so much life back into the Acorn suit, which, considering that it's one of the focal points of NSMBU, it kind of felt like its full range as a power-up mechanic was underused by the levels that we were given. There are some interesting Acorn levels, especially as you get to Luigi U, but you know, the suit is just capable of so much. It's also quite a lot of fun in ways that people may not realize, simply because, you know, as the most recent mainline 2D Mario, maybe some things about NSMBU haven't really been perceived nostalgically just yet. Oops, nope. Just a bad time in getting off the wall in the first place. Yeah, the propeller, I think, is one where I don't like the implementation in this game very much. The propeller has a lot of issues because there are a lot of circumstances where it actually makes the character less powerful. With the way that, you know, the drill behaves differently from the ground pound, and the things you can do with held objects, etc. The way it takes away some of your options. Like, there are a lot of circumstances where you would just rather not have the propeller, even if you're offered it, and that tends to be unusual for Mario power-ups. Okay. Up we go. Okay. Did that safely. Let's actually glide through this safely for once. And that's a clear. And yeah, Merlin, the wall jump in particular is definitely a point of frustration with the propeller suit. Like I said, there's just a lot you can't do with it, where it restricts you. And I think when you think about some of the additions to Mario Maker 2 at launch, that some of the power-ups did have that problem, like the hammer suit for sure, with the lag that it introduces. Which eventually people managed to design around and turn into an interesting mechanic, but I feel like they learned a lot about how to handle the original power-ups as they got into the later patches of the game, where, you know, Link was just incredible, and SMB2 Mushroom was incredible, and the approach to design when it came to the content that was patched in was just better and better. And of course, stuff like the Acorn suit is just lifted directly from its original game, but it was something that I think we were very happy to have and see in action when it's combined with all the other Maker elements that you can play with. So, yeah, quite nice, that one. That was spacious enough that I could have a lot of time to just kind of stop and plan and adjust when it came to arcs that seemed like they weren't going to be convenient at first glance. Like, I'm glad it's not super tight or super precise or anything, but that it still requires you to be paying attention and to pick good timings. So I think that worked very well. Yeah, Buffwild, thank you once again for dropping by. Wow, Fusion GT already claiming that time on GM's level. Fusion GT, another really good streamer who I raid quite often, in fact. And who draws comment art on levels. Anyway, thank you once again for all the GGs, and we will take a look at the Awesome Lamp, who is back and ready to show me something that we'll discover in just a moment. Poisonous Pipeworks. Very new upload this weekend, where it turns out dumping toxic waste into a lake is not a very smart idea. I guess it isn't. Let's stop for a moment to acknowledge the raid from I Am the Supernova, who earlier today was playing Celeste, but apparently now the command is telling me that you did eventually switch to Mario Maker 2 after, I guess, getting your fill of your holiday by the seasides and everything else that you were mopping up. I did see you finish the seasides. I just didn't keep up with what you were wrapping up in the Celeste afterwards, but seems like it was Mario Maker, so welcome everybody who came in. And yeah, we're kind of near the end of the queue right now. Let me just pull up the list. So given that it's just this level, and Awesome Lamp's levels tend to be fairly short, followed by Merlin's levels. Assuming that Merlin's level is not going to be something like the boss rush last time that took me 2 hours to beat, we may actually have time to reopen for people who just came in. I don't want to promise that yet, but I think I may do one bonus round for just a few additional levels at the end. We have to see how this goes into next level as well, though, before we commit to anything like that. So stick around, we may pop the queue open briefly. Stream is going well. We had a lot of clears today. A lot of shorter levels, of course, but once we got the audio problem sorted out, they were a little worse than usual at the beginning of the stream. Okay. Let's mind our heads here. I'm glad that jumping blindly into that particular circular track actually wound up being okay. I guess the 30 coin is only going to be accessible if you are spawning at checkpoints. Unless you just skip that platform entirely and just land over here. Except you can't, can you? Because you're activating it from the left side. Yeah, so I guess 30 coin is just for people who take a death or something silly like that. Oh, like that. Yeah, Supernova, I don't know if you were doing a playing stream or a building stream or whatever, but you know, preparing your next big mega hit that's going to wind up with a couple thousand plays or whatever has become standard these days. That's a bad idea. We should in fact just ride the thing down. And now to think about the track setup like that is that I don't know if it's going to be one continuously connected track that takes that platform down and pops it at the right side. I just can't tell, right? So we'll go back to that and see. 30 coin is actually possible, but very hard to do. Yeah, because it's the arc falling back out of it afterwards that would kind of worry me. Like, and if you're going up here, I mean, I've got the benefit of the platform, but it seems like the falling arc to get back here would require quite a bit of precision. Okay. Definitely one of those scenarios where, like, the mushroom lets me take a hit, but it certainly doesn't make the platforming any easier. Yeah, okay, good timing there, actually. Should have gone left to right, yeah. Given that we have blasters stacked on top of blasters, we just need to maintain position. And still not clearing this safely with the mushroom. And yeah, pretty well timed actually, this segment here. And we just stall here until everything falls apart. Oh, you tried the Nuzlocke challenge. Yeah, it is something that I know hasn't really been catching on with some of the other streams that typically do Endless Expert, which is also, if you're not skipping just RNG. I mean, that's, I guess, what the Nuzlocke challenge is varying on, though, is just a no-skip condition that has a bit of a hook, I guess, when it comes to the failure condition and the suspense. I mean, given that I don't play Endless to begin with, that's also why I'm not really trying out the Nuzlocke challenge for myself, but it is fun to watch. Merlin, you feel like I'm pretty lucky with the levels I get? It's not just luck, it's also, I think, just being able to cultivate a crowd that sends me good stuff and sets an example for other people to send me good stuff. Like, I think over time, we have enough good makers who actually want to come back here that they've set the tone for everybody else. Because if you're a stream that just, you know, spends all your time playing garbage, you're going to attract more garbage, right? Or if you're a stream that specializes in a particular kind of level, like, you're going to attract more people who send you similar stuff because they see you as a safe harbor or a playtester that will actually be of the mindset that they want. And so it seems like the mindset that we have in this stream is that, you know, we just like good levels. And especially levels that are pleasing to other makers when it comes to different tricks and setups and design ideas that are fun to watch. And yeah, thank you for coming by for so long, Mail64. Looking forward to that giant 4-month project that you've been working on when you eventually finish it. Yeah, Supernova, we have makers like Meng here, but at least Meng is part of the cat gang. I'm sure, Supernova, you don't even want to know what happens if you try to do a rallying call for the dog gang. And yeah, see you around, Captain Redbeard. Enjoy presenting your announcement to its intended audience. I think that's going to be quite a treat. Could I pick TrueCore Snowy Adventure? Yes. A traditional level dedicated to TrueCore game. I don't think I actually know TrueCore. But you're going to flag it for Versus because that might be fun. We'll check afterwards how many Versus plays it has. I mean, it has very few plays overall so far, but maybe it'll be something that is a good fit. Yeah, Meng, we should actually get something together for the Penguin Gang, you know, in case SD decides to show her presence around here again. But given that the Penguin suit has still not been patched into this game, and probably never will be until Mario Maker 3 rolls around, if that, Penguin Gang may have to wait its turn. I really do want the penguin suit, though. I think that's, in terms of actual elements to play with, that's easily one of my top requests for future Mario Maker. Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah. That's not quite accessible, but I think if we had like a soft drop of something in this location and then jumped Yoshi on top of it, like we'll look for some shell or other thing we can use. Hey, look, it's a shell. Okay. Speak of the devil. I feel like that could have gone better. Let's try to respawn to Koopa. Or just come up here the normal way. I guess we can do that too, if we really wanted. Oh, very nice of Yoshi to just survive that. And survive everything, in fact. Yeah, I lost the Fire Flower very early on, hence no 50 coin for me. Electrodude Blue Shell King can wait its turn for when I actually stream Mario Kart at some point. I haven't actually played Mario Kart 8 in the longest time, but it might be something fun to set up as a stream party at some point. I mean, even though I know lots of people already do that on Twitch. But we have enough of a squad of regulars here now, and that, you know, you all have the Switch, and therefore most of you have Mario Kart possibly several times over. Might have to find an occasion for a racing party at some point so we can see how you folks do with that. Where did I even get Yoshi? Ah, here it is. Oh, yeah, the NSMB DS power-up. It's sort of interesting to see how there is this kind of direct line of influence between that power-up and the way that shells are used in 3D World, in fact. Like where you can ride the inside of the shell, and whoops. Now, given that this is the last one in queue and that it is, despite the way I'm playing, actually fairly straightforward, I probably will do one reopening round. Not a really long one. I might just take like 2 or 3 codes or something, but you know, just to accommodate people who came in late with Supernova's raid or just in general. We can finish up with 1 or 2. Yeah, Electrodude, we can have you carry us through Splatoon sometime. For those unaware, Electrodude actually was streaming a little bit of ranked Splatoon the other day, and he is somebody who's very deep in S rank, which is not something I can say for myself. Also because I haven't really played seriously in an exceptionally long time. Once again, we're going to have blue skulls as death markers here, because it's rather than level, and we do see that kind of thing. Yeah, let's not make too much of a fiasco out of that. And Merlin, you finally reach S+ pink. Okay, congratulations. Oops. Yeah, it's funny with the Dynamo, like I played Roller a lot in Splatoon 1, and I have barely touched a Roller weapon in Splatoon 2 because I tend to play with split Joy-Cons, and split Joy-Cons are fantastic for a lot of the shooting weapons, at least the way I tend to aim. They're kind of terrible for Rollers. Like, I feel like with Rollers, you kind of need two-handed grip like you do on the Wii U gamepad or on a Pro Controller in order to have an intuitive sense for how they work. You can actually get to 50 in the wall, okay. I'm just going to check this whole area here. I think this is actually... Okay, just a 1-up. Thankfully, no way to get locked up here either, at least I don't think so. Whoops. Okay, let's take Yoshi up with me. And up we go. Okay. No up throw available for me, unfortunately. And here's another Yoshi garden. I like this aesthetic concept, actually, of Yoshi consistently spawning in the middle of these gardens. Look at how there's... These semi-solids are stacked, but it's kind of like there's this terrace here that's been cultivated very carefully by whoever decided to carve it into the cliffside. Like, there are always these decorative elements in a lot of Merlin's levels that are very nice to look at and kind of parse as you figure out what objects they're supposed to represent, but the sort of quasi-3D-ness of the terraced garden, I think, is particularly nice. We've got a couple of pipes here. That's not going to be pick-a-pipe, this is just going to be sewage. And up we go. I mean, I guess the whole thing is a vertical climb, so technically we should be checking some of the side locations. And yet, nothing here. We'll just come out and continue the adventure. Whoops. Yeah, Merlin, I still have to play your Super World in its finished state sometime. Because I never did the final world, I think, because that was something that came out while I was gone last year. We'll have to set a stream aside for it at some point so we can show off more of this kind of decoration. Game audio just cut out. Thank you for letting me know, because I can fix it right as I clear the queue and reopen. So I can actually give you folks an opportunity to pop in a few, not too many extra levels while I pop out. Redbeard. We got a play in on that. Excellent. Let's mark this as a win first of all, and let me just reopen quickly. I am going to prioritize people who have not yet been in the queue tonight, or this morning, I guess, rather than repeats, although let's see how many of you actually get in, and I'll make a decision accordingly. I probably won't play everything, but opening in just a few seconds. It has 7 multiplayer plays so far. Yeah, kind of nice to have that tag just seeded in and for people to approve it as something they actually want to do. Okay, I'm going to fix the audio, and in the meantime, quick last-minute opening. Yeah, you can add it again, Merlin. I just might not get through everything, so. And we'll just reset in the meantime. I will definitely close up again after the reset is taken care of. And yeah, Electro Dude, I guess you're not going to keep me on Flaming Fortress of Fury for an extra 3 hours or something, but that's okay. We'll definitely push through it sometime. Yeah, given that the point of the sort of reopening is just to take a little extra, not an extra 2 hours or whatever it usually turns out to be. I mean, sometimes I always feel like reopening at the end is a mistake, but no, it means we get to see some stuff from people who came in late. And that's a good selection. So Supernova is going to do a quick replacement. And I'm going to close up and let's see. So Supernova, you actually do want me to play something called Man This Level Blows. Okay. Rather than something of your own, or is this something of your own? Now, of course, as the streamer... What do you mean I don't have a dog gang? I totally do have a dog gang command. Oh, okay, you're kind of taking after Loop now and creating a Garbo account. Let's see. So now I get to give you my usual spiel that I also give Loop about how all it does is remind me of the great early film actress Greta Garbo, who is like the opposite of a Garbo level. Okay. Interesting. So this is where you're doing all your playtesting for 5YMM. Okay, let's take a look. Auto Mario. Short and sweet, which of course totally explains why Roru camped out there for 2 minutes. Okay, it looks like the idea is to... let's think about this. I was thinking that we'd just, you know, get an object somewhere and escort the Twister. H. Menaces, you just barely missed the reopening. If you stick around to the end, we'll see how much time we have and whether I can take something extra, but we did just close up. Yeah, because looks like I would need some kind of object or other kind of push interaction to make this happen. Also, if I get up high, I could get within potential claw range or something for a drop. I could also just look at the preview in the main screen, given that this is happening in the main world. So let me think about this. I am, in fact, going to solve it that way. I have to play the meta level here. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that there would be something that would be within Twister range. Looks like we have stuff on the top left. It might also just be invisible blocks here. You know, clear and no like and no clear is just like domestic strife waiting to happen. Anyway, here's a P-switch. There's another P-switch. Hang on just a moment, because I am going to just move that guy. And move this guy. And nope. Yeah, we'll just do the first 2 stacks then. Actually, no, that's not even going to be an issue. Move this. Except I think I do need to alternate the P-switches, don't I? So... because when we eventually drag this over, after, of course, despawning it, because you haven't thought to put anything on global ground. We will need it in this position in order to get upstairs. So yeah, it's just going to be moving 2 alternating Ps. And yeah. And we'll see what other surprises are in store when we actually make it over to Gold Card. I, of course, need enough room to actually pick up the first P, which is potentially an issue. Let's see what we can do to make that happen, in fact. Because you've got a little slot on the left here. And let me think about what that allows me to do, because the current issue that I'm dealing with is if you move the twister onto the second P, how do we pick up the first P? Can I create some kind of gap, or... No, it does need to be bunched up right next to each other to work accurately, so... Yeah, I'll just see about this. Now, of course, there also is the whole thing that's happening here with the spike balls, such that we'll get up to this location and on-off switch, okay. Yeah, because you do need it bunched up. Then how do I do the trade? Might need to actually take advantage of the spike balls somehow. Oops, up we go. Yeah, 2 spike balls. One of them is going to hit the on-off switch. The on-off switch does affect the gold card area. In fact, let me see how. Just as a bit of a refresher or two. Yeah, it's just going to block that off. Yeah. Yeah, interestingly enough, I think what's likely to happen here is, whoops. Let's move this over to this side first, and then see. Interesting. Right, because that's just going to affect the on-off switch. Okay. No, you know what? We don't need to do any of that, because twister plus P, like a single P, is actually going to be fine. Because, let's say we put P over here. I said, let's say we put a P over here. It is actually just going to drop out, I think, but... No, let's say it's suspended. Just going to try this thing out here. P jump is going to get me over. So we actually only need 1 P. Assuming that I can get in position to actually do the P jump, and I should be able to, given that I will be elevated above the twister by 1 spot. I may as well take both Ps just in case we have a fungal activation of one of them. We'll just kind of alternate our way over. And yeah, just gonna drag this guy out, perhaps. Nope, come on. And then, you see, that's exactly why we took the second P, except, of course, now we activated... Ah, no, because the P jump gets you into trouble with the activation of the on-off, assuming that the P mechanism is something that is globally loaded, which we don't know to be the case. So yeah, P jump might not work as a method if the activation mechanism is going to be globally loaded all the way to the right. I don't know yet if that's going to be the case. We need to actually test this to see. The other thing I can do, of course, is to think about some way to obstruct the mechanism if we wind up having access to it. So let's just cart everything over. And 2-minute record from Roru, though. I kind of wonder about that. Anyway, going to grab these. Ah, yeah, you know what? 1P will obstruct its location. That's the idea. Nope, hang on. So it doesn't float away. Wait a minute. Let me just try to do the boost this way, in fact. Assuming I can catch the twister accurately. No, it's going to be 1 block short, as I expected. That's fine. We just drop P into this location and see about that global loading. Assuming that I can boost myself up. But yeah, we'll have to. Nope. Probably let go of the dash button to do it. Nope. Want to nudge it from left to right, probably. Not quite. Okay. Nope, need to let go here. And no, it does activate. Okay, so that's going to be an issue. P-jump will not work. So let's think about this some more. Unless a second P-switch activation reactivates the mechanism. Or if there are 2 separate switch mechanisms. So for example, if you hit the switch... which I think will actually be blocked in this location. Let me just check that. Yeah, it is blocked. So... it will be 1 and only 1 on-off activation. Okay. Up we go. Nope, that's not what I want. It's okay, if we know the P-jump method isn't going to work, then... well, let's think about that, because I think we need to look at the map. Of course, if things are just invisible, there's only so much you can do. But yeah, I am of course not currently using a controller that's going to let me zoom in So I also like how since I began this level, Mang came in and just slapped a like on it. Just as a point of principle, you know. Although I noticed that Phoenix, who got the first clear here, has the same little Japanese smiley face character at the end of their name as Supernova, which seems very conspiratorial. Well, fairly simple layout apart from, of course, not knowing where anything invisible might be located. Let's go back in and see here. I found all the invisible stuff. Okay. So it is going to be something with the P-switch movement. Probably with, in fact, the kind of drop swap interaction. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it. Okay, we got it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, it's the drop swap. That is literally all it is. Not going to be doing any speed records anytime soon, but I do have to beat it within the time limit. That's the main constraint here, in fact. So I can't just jump around a twister, I do need to do it with a swap. Good thing I actually play puzzles that use this interaction often. Oh, I overlapped the P and it died. That's not something I've seen before, actually, like using the P to just crush the other P. Yeah, Electro Dude, if you get a family subscription to cover multiple accounts, it's probably the most cost-efficient way of doing it. But anyway, we have the solution. I don't know if I necessarily need to stick it out for the clear, but let's just see how we're going to fare under the time limit, I guess. And yeah, I've seen the object swap in a couple of Grakowski's puzzles recently, actually. He's been sort of into this mechanic. Some of the more recent stuff. Okay. Don't want to drop it too tightly in case we run into the same issue as before. I just want to drop it close enough that I can run over, grab the other item quickly. Okay. Now, let's see. E. And okay, we'll just cart everything over, step at a time. And hopefully not destroy these switches along the way like we did. Hey, we learned something new in this level, which was the destructive P overlap we saw earlier. Feels like that's probably something that's been used already as a troll mechanic somewhere when it comes to item manipulation, but it seems like it's also something that's going to be very pixel precise and therefore hard to deliberately ask of a player. I'm talking about not about this interaction, but about the bit earlier where we just killed the P with the other P. Honestly, still more interesting than a lot of precision levels I played. Whoops. Anyway, let's drop this in here. Okay. And we'll just see how long this journey is actually going to take me, so. More importantly, how tight I will be under the timer, which remains a mystery. Well, cart things over slowly. And just avoid any slip-ups along the way with the twister being on the wrong spot. Okay. Luigi really doing a lot of legwork at the end of the day here after having so much platforming to himself. Enjoying all the fun. Now it's back to his day job. Moving the P-switches around. Whoops. Okay. Actually, plenty of time to spare. Well, I guess we had the momentary pleasure of seeing that happen exactly on the location that was marked by this little doodad at the back of the ground block. So that's twice we've seen that happen now, which, I mean, those were the first 2 times I've seen it happen, really. I don't think I've seen that direct overlap lead to a crush from, like, my own action before. I've seen it happen, of course, with many other object interactions that is performed by the level, but I guess we're doing such a high sample size of overlapping P-drops that at some point that's going to happen with a certain failure rate. Okay. And yeah, just going to rotate everything over. It was destiny? No, it was just density. Let's do some P for precision here. And okay. It's going to steadily cart things over. Supernova, clearly not content with the massive blockbuster success of his recent levels, is now directly gunning for the Orator RRR crowd, by the looks of it. Seems like this is the kind of thing they go crazy over. Okay. Over here. And yeah, just one P after another. Okay. Almost there. Let's see how we'll choke this time. Rather, what kind of troll awaits us at the end. Okay, let's toss that. And yeah, that was a bad idea. Probably should have known not to do that, given that I was just checking to see what the setup was. Okay. I mean, Supernova, mostly you're just kind of giving us an ample demonstration of the artistic taste of the Dog Gang. It really just confirms all of our existing prejudices, so, you know. E for prejudice. Pride and prejudice. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a Twister in need of the Dog Gang will just wind up in one of Supernova's levels, I guess. Oop. Okay. Here we go. And yep, it's just gonna be Luigi just, you know, putting in his repetitions. You never know when this kind of skill will come in handy. Yeah, good to have some evidence of what we suspected all along about what the dog gang was into. Okay. Pomeranians, apparently. P for Pomeranian. Poodles. Yeah, I guess that's the extent of my knowledge of P breeds. Oops. Okay, gonna slowly slide our way over. Go for world record? I mean, what do you think I'm doing? I swear all of those resets earlier were on purpose, knowing, of course, that I'd spent too long on the final Twister Ascent. Okay. Almost there. Or so we think. Drop this guy. Hang right this time so we don't get into thwomp trouble. 139, I think, given the start time there, let's see if I actually managed to get it. I don't think so. Yeah, I thought it was going to be quite a ways off. Hang on. And this one requires a little bit of special effort. By special effort, I mean I'm actually just going to leave some kind of block of text here. Where's my punctuation? Oh, you know what? The spacing on that doesn't quite work. Because of the exclamation mark kind of breaking off. Should I fix that? Too much effort. Let's try that. No, the exclamation mark is still off. Okay, let's Right, this way. There we go, much better. Now, do we actually require a course clear for this one? No, I think we're just going to leave it as is. Speaking of which, since Meng left a like on this one, I am expecting comment art. I hope Meng knows that. Oh, okay, great, great. You're way ahead of me, actually. I don't even know where you place this, but I'm not going to go back to the level to find out. Oh, did I not even punch in next? That's okay. That means we just hid the shame of the code that you submitted. Yeah, nice going, Supernova. You killed my game audio. Just one moment. Let's reset it again. It's been an absolute menace to me again today, the audio bug. After quite a few streams without having to deal with it very much. Anyway, Mang, we'll get to your level in just a moment. And we'll finish with Mang and Merlin. So let's just fix this up quickly. And we should be right back in just a moment. I used to leave a lot more text comments on people's levels before I started streaming because I would just pull the switch out of the dock and punch something in handheld. But yeah, actually, no, back then I was often playing a tabletop, in fact, so it was just totally trivial to punch in a comment on a screen with my stylus. And these days, too much work. I've never liked keyboard interfaces like that. That you have to control with the D-pad or stick or whatever else. Too much work. Level with a boot and you jump on fire 3, 0.5%. I don't know if I'll do that one today. Let's take a look at some of my options. I may start that one today and learn some of it. Oh, you know what? It's a gap in my record. Let's just do it. And yeah, Meng expressing how we all feel about levels by the Dog Gang. Nope, I actually do need to keep the boot, so let's keep that in mind. Okay. Gonna catch up to some of this. I feel like I'm a little behind pace when it comes to the auto-scroll. We do need to do a slide in that segment. Let's not fall so far behind. Whoops, we're gonna fall behind. Whoops. Let's not miss. Kind of an essential thing to keep in mind here. Okay, doing a lot better with spacing this time. I need to hit this, of course. And I need to jump off of that in order to bounce around, yeah. Now, when it comes to the small shoe, the use of the stiletto specifically, rather than the green shoe, I think is not really going to make a difference here, I don't think, unless I'm missing something about the standard stiletto mechanics. But it still look kind of nice to have that going on anyway. Might as well play this level like Ginger Rogers, backwards and in high heels. Oops. Okay. Yeah, might as well go for the stylish option. Oops. Yeah, just losing too much time over there, so we'll just need to do the slide and hit a bit more cleanly to get around that thing. Short bounce there is going to be fine. Slide? Nope. Kind of a bad fall. That's going to cause me few issues here. Now, I wonder if I do need to reposition myself using a bounce on top of that buzzer at the end. I feel like, yeah, I was actually once again too slow, because if I still had most of that screen scrolled in, I would have had a pathway over to the fire, I think. Roser78, welcome. Good to see you around. Okay. And forward. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't wreck anything too badly. No, I didn't intend to fall on that. I just needed a nice high jump, and I don't think I actually need to hit that. Mostly just an obstruction. But yeah, buy as much time as I can on the auto-scroll. It's just there to prevent you from hanging right too early. You do have to drop straight down a little bit first, by the looks of it. Whoops. And yeah, Rosart's mostly been doing pretty well. I mean, we've only had one really dubious level. Lowering the standard that we've set for ourselves here, but I was probably supposed to go up directly, but it felt like the boot was dropping slowly enough that I actually might have been able to make that using that method. There was nothing to indicate that that was the preferred method, but it was kind of interesting to try that out at least once, just to see if the spacing was salvageable. And yeah, that's how it's going to work. I do, in fact, have the opportunity to jump over to the next thing, assuming I get enough height off of that one bounce. Don't know if I'm supposed to do it that way, but it does, I think, work in theory. So we'll get a better curve this time. Yeah, Merlin, it's a real mystery. After having given the whole explanation immediately beforehand about the quality of levels we get on the stream. Okay. Let's not die to that, obviously. But yeah, if I don't make it up with the boot, and I have not yet made it up with the boot, it is still possible to progress. It may even be the intended interaction for all I know, but... or just a worthy failsafe. Nope. Clipped into that a bit too tightly on the side. Okay. Up we go. Nope. Oh, it's okay, Merlin. It's always good to mention something like that to assure people that when we don't quite keep up with that trend, that it is actually an abnormal thing that only happens when dog people show up. Okay, forward we go. I actually didn't know that Supernova had the Garbo account, in fact. I'm sure a whole bunch of you actually do. Whoops. Because I know that Lupin Snoop in particular had the whole world that he built on his garbage account just to create content. Literally to create content. I think he mostly used it as a pretext for some kind of design video. Okay, all of this is going to be straightforward enough, except, yeah, I did need to probably remain in that position just to... No, actually, no, I need to fall down towards the blade in the bottom left. That was something I just saw too late. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a 0.5 so far. But who knows what kind of trouble we'll run into later on. That's a nice segment there, actually. I kind of like having multiple muncher boots there as a bit of a catch-up zone to get back on track with the auto-scroll. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I do need to let that push me all the way to the left. It is, after all, a Mang bounce, where once you compress the block going down, you will be pushed by the sideways spring, and so very important to just play along with that and maximize your momentum going left. Yeah, that wasn't quite a good departure location. I do need to be a little bit further to the right. Yeah, it is a pretty great concept. We've seen really a huge streak of levels from Mang lately that use a lot of similar devices in terms of having sliding sequences and having lots of really wide curves that take you up and down through a level. Very satisfying to get more of these done. Whoops. Yeah, Merlin, given that you're starting to take an artistic interest in the getting over it genre. Well, I don't know. I think unless you really want to dedicate yourself to having a separate design identity for that, it's not really necessary to have a whole separate account, but whoops. And yeah, Red Knight, I don't know if you've played this one so far. Red Knight, I feel like I've been seeing you in a whole bunch of world records lately on levels that people have been sending me. Okay. Let's fall in. But yeah, this one's a fun concept for sure. Very dynamic. Whoops. Except I need to keep pace here. Sometimes I just get into situations that become a bit unwinnable because I'm too far behind the auto-scroll, and it's usually very clear when that's going to happen. I know when I'm not on pace. Those one-way panels there that are just acting as decoration, I guess maybe you need to fill your one-way panel count anyway for some reason. It's not going to be some kind of entity blockage here, at least. We have the Podoboost spawning out of the blocks, but either those are all aesthetic one-way panels, or you actually did need to fill the one-way panel count somehow for something that we haven't seen yet. It works pretty well for disguising those parts that we see there with that sideways one-way panel, though, because they don't stick out as much when everything else is adding slabs of gray. Yeah, Big P, no worries. Big P, we're just way over our usual time already. I already reopened once. But that's okay, this is a regular weekend slot for me, so typically do viewer levels in this slot as well as the same time the day before. So Friday to Saturday stream and Saturday to Sunday, depending on your time zone. Whoops. Also notice the decorative element that was under the block that you hit at the beginning. Just to give it a bit of a T shape as a platform. Okay, up we go. Yeah, once again, really need to lean into that end. Ride that sideways momentum all the way to the bottom left. Haven't done that successfully yet, but I also have not made it there as often recently. In some of the latest attempts, so... Yeah, you do need to pull back a little bit on that drop in order to get the slide to go well. Okay, going to get back on pace here. Going to totally miss. Really do need to jump towards the wall there in order to have the drop work out. As intended. Nope. That's a miss. Yeah, they actually are aesthetic one-ways, which we don't really see that often, given how one-ways just don't overlap very gracefully and just dangle in space, but it's almost like they're giving everything a little bit of lift here, so. But like I said, it disguises these horizontal ones pretty well. Whoops. It actually seems implied that I should be going down towards the blade in the bottom left there instead of dropping the way I've been doing, but I'm going to stick with what works, I think. And yeah, now that I look at it, no, you can't hit that anyway. Not within reach. That one on the bottom left when you're on that screen. Okay, down we go. You see, the thing is, Supernova, that's not even accurate, given that we weren't moving a POW. Unless you're describing some other horror show that has yet to be seen. Specifically, you use 2 P-switches. Okay. Down we go. Yeah, that's a really satisfying interaction. Look how clear it is right away that you're supposed to jump out of the boot, in fact. Note, need to hold jump into that. When I land, that is. Not too much before that, because I don't want too much of a float going down. For timing reasons. Whoops. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, coming off screen like that, off the top of the screen, is something that does tend to throw me off quite a bit. in terms of estimating what my falling arc is going to be. I've had it happen to me in quite a few levels, in fact. Okay. Slowly getting used to that adjustment, though. Yeah, really satisfying jump over there. Not quite, actually. I was holding jump the whole way that time. I wonder what I can do to improve the falling arc there, given that clearly needed some additional leftward momentum. Maybe didn't lean into that trampoline interaction quite enough. And yeah, momentarily saying thank you for hanging about for so long today. Showing us the error of prejudging your version 2.0 as having kept the escort sequence in the version before that. And yeah, we'll see if we can take your advice on the sideways bounce. Wasn't quite sure about it, so. Whoops. Yeah, not exactly the bounce I wanted. We should be able to get back there soon enough. Nope. Up we go. Okay. That's going to go decently, as usual. Ah, okay. So we just let go of everything and that will work. Yeah, I should not have waited for the second bounce. One bounce on a booze was enough to work with. I was just reacting a bit slowly because I was reading ahead to see what was going on right after that, but looks like we have a couple of sequences here where we transfer boots and drop the boots on top of the booze, which, you know, by that point they've already been shorn of the letter T. Yeah, boots on booze, and that's a bit of a change of pace from all the fire. And whoops, way behind here. Oh, whoops, no, need that additional bounce. I just jumped prematurely. Yeah, kind of interesting that the interaction with the sideways trampoline works as well as it does when you go neutral on it. I guess I'm thinking about whether there would have been some way to clarify that, but yeah, because I was thinking that I really had to lean into it somehow, given the ways in which my arc was falling a bit short. But turns out we should just trust the level and let it do its work. Okay, up we go. Nope. Jammed here again. It's just a document note block level setup. Yeah, exactly. I do recognize it. I think I recognize it. I've definitely seen it before in multiple places. Which apparently did not help me here. And the thing is, I don't even need to jump towards that wall. Just dashing full speed ahead should actually fall accurately in a way that gets me over quickly. So we will once again just make that adjustment. Okay, fall in. Probably some better way to manage that arc as well, but it had been going better recently, though. Just a point of occasional uncertainty as we try to ease away back to where we were. There we go. Feels pretty comfortable. Yeah. Okay, yeah, arc coming out of the flame there was not exactly what I needed in terms of my landing position. I'll just go back there and try to clean that up. Okay, here we are. Great. Not so great. Well, that was looking fine for a while. Might have gone better, though. So, we'll see. Yeah, let's just fix that up as well. And here we go. Oh hey, I just noticed that my typeface on the bot actually was properly restored. Like how it was in the middle of the stream. I don't know when that happened. But now my stream title is totally inaccurate. Didn't realize I had gotten fixed somewhere along the way when it rendered once again. There we are. Okay, something can be done about that curve. I think I might need to go faster. So we'll see about that. Because I think I was a little behind pace when it came to doing that boot transfer. We'll go back there and see if we can fix it. Whoops. Okay, back we go. Nope. Did I read that correctly? Oh, 2:15 record, okay. I was just sort of momentarily shocked by the time, and I realized I just misread it. Still a pretty sizable piece, of course. But... Whoops. Down we go. Yeah, some of this is becoming relatively fluent. Okay, over here. Yeah, I want a short bounce out of the Goomba instead of a long bounce that I did earlier, so I can drop it down to the boot as quickly as possible. If I drop down to the boot as quickly as possible, then, whoops, I'm able to get over to the next boot before it falls too low. That's the adjustment that I will have to make here. Yeah, otherwise the spacing that time seemed to be okay. Okay, all the way back down. Whoops. Oh, going to miss our opportunity here, but we'll catch up. We won't catch up. We're going to have a request for Toadette. And Merlin, okay, so we do kind of have a time limit for how long I can take before we get to yours. You have a great trip regardless, and I'm sure that if we overlap a bit with the time when you have to go, you can catch up on the VOD as well. But yeah, Merlin, if we close this one out quickly, we'll definitely do yours as the closing level. Nope. And, man, yeah, back when we were playing Splatoon Splatfest, I was definitely on Team Mayo. Yeah, so actually just kind of letting go of that and letting it run should drop me accurately on top of the fire. I don't need to control that jump as much as I'm doing, I don't think. I have to keep in mind what the gravity effects and this theme are going to do for me. Okay. Oh, I just missed. I guess it was because of the bounce pattern on the boot that I slipped off in a slightly different location than I usually do. Okay, up we go. Yeah, still need to clean up that segment a little bit when it comes to the drop. Well, the sooner we can get back to the boost segment, the better off we'll be. And through we go. Yeah, when it works beautifully. Okay. No, actually, I do need to bounce properly off the saw blade. Over-adjusted that time. Thinking that the bounces were going to go my way. Not so much. But without some additional effort and control. Okay. Here we go. No, let's not lose so much momentum. That's the issue there. I just sort of cut my speed and just wasn't able to get over to the jump block itself. Okay, down we go. And okay. No. First time I've made that mistake, actually. Usually I bounce back down to the boot fairly gracefully. Mistakes do happen. Starting to take back what I said at the beginning about this not feeling like a 0.5. It actually does have ample room for mistakes, even if execution barrier for any individual obstacle is not actually that high. But a lot of things can go wrong if you're not careful. There especially, because I can't quite see how my drop is doing. Yeah, we'll hopefully be able to close this one out. Preferably today, but we won't insist. Okay, forward we go. Let's try to get back to the booze. No, I should actually jump towards net. I'm relying a little too much on the bounces going my way, and it's better if I do the thing that is most consistent, which is to actually make the jump. Oops. Yeah, off-screen platforming can be very fishy. Okay, down we go. Yeah, it's still kind of doing too wide a curve there. There's definitely something I can do to clean that up a bit more consistently, but we'll see if it improves. It's killing a lot of attempts right now. That specific jump right here. Okay. Okay, that's going to go well for once. No. I have to remember I do need 2 bounces. Not just dropping into an empty boot, I am dropping into an occupied boot. Skyjacking it. Oops. In midair. Okay. Up we go. Let's see if we can get this straightened out. Nope. But yeah, I just need to remember 2 bounces on the Goombas in the boo section. Need to straighten out after the first bounce to get back into the boot as quickly as I can. Whoops. And yeah, Electro Dude, enjoy whatever work it is you're putting in. And okay. We'll get this eventually. I can sometimes tell quite early when the arc is just not going to be right. I wonder if I should be doing a short bounce off of that jump block in the top right and just curve it a little better so we don't get caught above the saw blade. There's definitely some kind of additional improvement I can do there that I haven't quite caught on to just yet. Okay. Yeah, Supernova, I feel like I did just catch Electrodude's stream anniversary. That was where he was streaming some S-rank Splatoon and also some Maker content. Maker content for the editor mode, I believe. I feel like I caught that recently. Possibly even yesterday or the day before. Yeah, I guess by Electrodude's time it would be the day before yesterday. Okay. Up we go. Okay, at this point we need to start thinking ahead to the Boo hijack and the fact that it will need 2 bounces. Yeah, I was trying to cut momentum out of that Goomba and I just didn't manage to do it. Same idea, 2 bounces, but I need to cut a lot of momentum with that specific drop. Okay. Down we go. Going cleanly for once. Not so cleanly. And yeah, there are definitely some streams that I am not up to speed on at all, or otherwise just miss consistently due to times being very incompatible. But, whoops. Yeah, I still need a sort of medium bounce coming out of that upper block in order for the timing there to feel comfortable. Okay, all the way up, all the way down. That's still really satisfying every time they dismount and remount. Okay. Tried to cut momentum, but then as you can see, I was way off center. I would have had time to fall towards the boos, though, if I reclaimed the boot fairly quickly. So yeah, that jump is currently the obstacle that needs to be cleaned up in ways I've not determined just yet. We're going to catch up to the auto-scroll just a bit. Nope. Yeah, really a very powerful spacing tool there, that buzzer. That gets me every time. Okay. Let's see here. Up this. Up we go. And we're getting there. Eventually. Thought I was going to make that, but I think I actually just slightly overshot. Redox, it's going great. Good to see you around. It's just been a while since I've caught up on the latest creations. Yeah, glad you could catch me for once in my increasingly inconvenient hours. Yeah, always good to see makers come back after a bit of an absence, be it due to the time that we run here, or it was just, you know, people getting away from the maker scene for a bit and then coming back. Either way. Okay. Push here. Good, fairly smooth. Nope, not a good fall that time. Not playing Mario Maker. Yeah, have you managed to play anything else interesting then? Or is it just a bit of a break from games generally? Okay, down we go. Actually, we'll have the opportunity to catch up here, positionally speaking. Feels really great when you do it successfully. Nope, still haven't cut momentum successfully there just yet. I think I might need a little bit more of a bounce to reposition myself for that second boot. Assuming that it's not quite as time sensitive to drop on top of that second phalanx of boos. Okay. Okay, I was about to say I'm almost surprised that worked. Except, of course, it didn't when I tried to round a top corner. So yeah, definitely taking our time with getting this done, but once we figure out the boo over there, we are going to be in better shape. It's like we probably have a lot left to go in this one, though. Kind of get the sense that we've not really gotten that far into the level. Nope, still not backing out enough. I really do need a bit more height. Or I just need to kind of fall backwards into that thing and just have a more graceful drop that isn't going to propel me forward after I hit the Goomba out of the shoe. Okay, accurate for once. I do kind of like how that first boot there prepares you a little bit for the thing that you needed to do with the boot later when you bop the Goomba out and fall in at the same time. It's just a little bit of extra mental preparation. And one that we'll hopefully correct for soon enough. Okay, up we go. Same idea here, we'll just... try to get into position a little bit better. I just, once again, did not expect to overshoot. Looked like my positioning was sound going into that, but that did not turn out to be the case. Alright, just going to get back here and see what kind of improvement we can make, assuming I can make it over there, which, yeah, as soon as I saw myself drop in from the ceiling, I knew that time it would not be so successful. Sometimes you can tell way in advance that the arc is going to be nowhere close to what you really need. Okay, up we go. Oh no, miss. Redux, you've been sick recently, okay. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I hope you get that sorted out soon. Sounds really quite unpleasant. Especially, you know, dealing with the medical system for non-COVID reasons in the middle of COVID, depending on how well your region is recovering. That's something that I think is particularly difficult for people. So, really hope your situation gets better and soon. Okay, up we go. Yeah, I lost a little bit of time there, but we'll catch up over here, and now let's figure out this boo. Nope, still not falling in accurately. I'm still making a little bit of a last-minute adjustment there, because I'm not trusting how I cut the momentum. I think, once again, short bounce just isn't going to cut it in that position. It's just going to put me too low relative to the boot, probably because the boot is still kind of possibly even ascending at that point. Yeah, I really do need to fix that up. Probably a question of just understanding the pattern here. But now I'm jumping too high, such that I don't have enough time to fall towards the boos once I actually do get in the boot. Ideally, I would get in that boot when it is already kind of in the middle position. It actually feels like I might be approaching it too early, which I did not expect. Nope, just missed everything there. But yeah, I'm thinking ahead to that boo and what I can do to fall into it a bit better. I may just have to slightly delay approaching it, actually, but that... which is one of many options I'll consider as I try to work with it and see if we can push past it as the current roadblock. Okay. Seemed like the fire almost looked off screen that time, and thankfully it was not. I wonder if I should be dropping directly into the first boot like that, because I feel like if I jump instead of just falling immediately, then I can delay slightly and get the second boot in a slightly better position for me to aim towards. So I don't know if I'm cutting too many corners there, or if I just need to clean up something else about the landing, but yeah, thank you, Momentarily Sane, for once again hanging out all day. And do have a good trip. Enjoy the board games. And whatever else. Okay, going to catch up in this position here. Yeah, that overshot I think is sometimes a little difficult for me to predict. Every time it happens, it looks like I'm aiming as decently as always. So it does catch me a little bit by surprise. I hope I'll actually be able to finish this, by the way, and not be in a situation where I need to end the stream early. Oh. Accidental input there. Because I am kind of reaching the mark in the stream when I may have to cut off soon. So, hopefully not the case. But we shall see. I mean, I looked at the clear rate at the beginning of this level and thought, okay, I won't necessarily count on myself to finish it in one stream. I just didn't know exactly where the challenge would be coming from. Let me check how much time I've spent on this one, actually. Because it has been quite a while. Man, we might have to break this down into a second attempt. I think I will have to take a second attempt on this, in fact. But let me take a look at how far we've actually gotten. 2-minute clear, though. I feel like I'm a long way. Yeah, because we can see the second boost stack, oh, kind of most of the way at the end. There's one big additional element after that with a scroll stop, and then probably a whole subworld to do, so. Yeah, man, not quite a GG, but thank you for the emote anyway, and I will push through this at some point. I love how there's 3 multiplayer plays on this as well. Merlin, we'll take a look at yours very quickly. I hope I'm able to stay in long enough to see it through. That's not a win, I lied, but I also marked Supernovas as a loss, so that's going to balance out. We will go back to this one for sure. Okay, this will be a closer. Yeah, like I said, Merlin, I'm kind of pushing it in terms of how long I'm staying, and you are also imminently leaving. Ah yes, S plus pink. Congratulations on that versus rating. Getting over it? No, we're not doing that. Pick anything. Let's... Yeah, just do something quick and easy for this one. Okay, this one looks quick. We might consider that. And hey, it's the one for me. Yeah, let's do Shy Guy's Ice Slide. Just because I may have to finish up quickly. So, I'd love to catch up on more of the champ levels at another point. But my stream time is really pushing it. 100 seconds, something about down, down, down. Already burning a lot of time here. Okay, gonna slide. Break everything. And we'll see how tight I am on the timer. Okay, down we go. Yeah, losing a lot of momentum there, but hopefully not too much of an issue. Okay, so yeah, just losing way too much speed. Everything's just telling you to slide, slide, slide. Ah, losing the slide there too. Oh, probably because of the way I'm landing. And then I'm not actually landing on the slope. Okay. Yeah, I guess I was kind of going backwards. I should actually just maintain the slide in that position. Let's figure it out. Yeah. There we go, much better. And down we go, checkpoint. Yeah, let's actually remember to jump when the coins are warning me well in advance. I guess if you're resetting a checkpoint, the timer really doesn't matter. It's mostly there to make the music go fast. I don't need to actually get on the conveyor belt first. Timer is just for music, yeah, as I said. Okay, let's just get this sorted out once again. Yeah, no. I should just follow the coin trail there with the conveyor belt. Let it do its job. Much better. Okay. That's it, that segment. And down we go. Well, thank you for that. Nice way to close with a frosty little dessert. And I see we fulfilled the usual prophecy of taking one extra round of levels and extending the length of the stream by about 2 hours. That will definitely be it for me, though. I do have to run off. So I will send you all in a raid very quickly. And thank you all for watching. So we'll be back this week with probably a bit more Captain Toad. Because I still have some endgame content to fit in there, but then it will be back to Mario Maker next weekend, if not before. Great levels from most of you today. Thank you so much for watching. Stick around if you want to be passed on. And see you soon. Have a great morning, night, or afternoon, or I'm doing it in reverse order for once. And fare thee well.